just woke up.
Hi everyone. Oh. Oh, thank you for the comments. 2 years, holy shit.
The secret is to make all your guards change the course of the game really heavily with no way to circumvent them. Also, they should make the streamer play your favorite music while they're active and force the players to donate to your PayPal.
That's true, that's true. And let's stream, everyone. Oh, that's loud. They're always loud. But yeah, I'll lower the volume on my alerts a little bit. Specifically, I will lower the sub alerts. I know that one's the loudest. Well, one of the loudest ones that goes off regularly. It's 15%, 14%. Okay, the sub alert should be quieter now. Dude, we have a hype train? No way. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? I started half an hour late, but also not really late, because I gave myself half an hour of leeway for the stream, because I'm a slow eater. I had an idea for a Talking Heads card that lets you draw a new environment and a woman. Stupid. Welcome when your sickness is gone. Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. Can you win, please? Well, we're gonna be winning at card making today. I hope. Is the bit alert loud? I need to know, like, I need to adjust the volume on my alerts properly. Well, I have special bit alerts listed. Yeah, I was gonna say, I have some listed below the stream. I'm gonna quickly... Thank you for the 333 bits. Help. Cool alert, thank you. I'm gonna quickly do my pre-stream stuff and then we can kind of get into what we're actually here to do. I'm never good at the start of streams because I always get distracted with like a million things. So I'll just quickly do that and then we can go. So I'm Rox, my pronouns are she, her. I'm a variety streamer and a card game developer, which is probably what most of you are here for right now. Welcome to the stream. There's rules listed below the chat, but basically just boils down to, you know, don't be an asshole, and you'll be fine. If you want to support the channel, then there's a couple ways you can do so. You can donate bits, and there are some special bit alerts listed below the stream, including some classics of streams. You can subscribe and get a bunch of awesome emotes. Don't know why you're taking all these out. That's okay. Thank you, I appreciate it. And Tyler, thank you for the 333. Dude, level 2 hype train? Yeah, you can get a bunch of awesome emotes if you subscribe and access to the subscriber channel on my Discord. And you can tip directly, which is probably the best way to support the channel. But I do want to say you probably want to wait to do that, because I do have a stream coming up. A God Game related stream especially, which will have an incentive to actually give me money. I mean, you're free to give me money whenever the hell you want, but, you know, like, if you want to give me money, you might want to wait till my next big God game stream. Because that's coming up, and it's going to be awesome. But if you do, it is exclamation mark tip. I don't have a specific date for that stream yet. I will let you guys know more closely to the day. But it's going to be fun. And I'm sure most of you can probably already guess what it's going to be. If you've been paying like any attention at all the past like 2 months. And also, I have a Discord where I post board game cards every day, we do movie nights, and... well, I guess we've been watching things in Pub, which has been awesome. And I do have a VOD channel, which is, as of right now, entirely up to date, I think. If the latest video on there is a Make a Good 48-hour Mega Man level, then it's up to date. I think it is up to date. The Balatro deck. Didn't Perp already make that? I'm not out in that. Those are just playing cards. Oh yeah, and... no, I don't think there's anything else, right? I don't think I normally go for anything else. So yeah, let's just kind of get into... It's the 9 of clubs, alright? It's the 9 of clubs. And Slug Warriors is going to be coming, you know, sometime this year. Because that's the next one we're doing. And I'm very excited to get to it because it's mine. But yeah, let's begin what we're doing today. We are here because I promised that I would do a stream where I go over the basics of God game card writing, and also after, you know, pretty much everything else to do with God game card writing, because I wanna see, like, there's been a lot of really good cards coming out of like people's custom cards and such, especially after Thrill House Edition released. But occasionally I notice certain like wording or mechanical things that don't quite line up with how you would write them in how we would write them in Thrill House Edition. The thing's awesome. I've had it since like December. Have you not? Yeah, have you not been here, Sykes? I guess you don't really show up at the start of my streams most of the time. It's usually like when I'm already about like 20 or at least like 30 minutes in. But yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I'm going over like pretty much everything. I've been over the first 5 minutes of your stream since December. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna switch to Photoshop because we need to start actually doing the stream. And I'm gonna get I'll get a song playing real quick. Yeah, so we're doing God game stuff. It's God game. If you don't know what it is, I'm sure that most of you already do, but it's the card game that SoxBX and Fly created in like 2016, and then I started work on it in 2021. Hold on, let me open Roomba. Oh, Photoshop is running like ass right now. Am I gonna need to reopen it? Oh no, it's not that bad actually, it's running fine. Cool transition. Yeah, the BRB screen was made by Ico, Procrastinating Spectre, and the transition was made by Chaos with a K. Yeah. And most of my emotes were made by Ico too. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So yeah, I've been working on it since like 2021-ish. And we've gotten a lot better at card writing over time. It's been as long since you started developing for God Games as it was since creation. Yeah, I don't know when exactly the game, like the classic version of God Game, was made playable. But it had to have been like, I feel like it had to have been like 2018 or 2017. Because that's when I played it in like 2018 for the first time, I think. Because that was like about a year or so after I met Fi, and not too long after I met Socks. Yeah. Oh, the music's... How's the music volume, by the way? Is it quiet or like fine? Dude, I'm so like, my brain is so fried right now. Could be a little louder. How's that? Is that good? Perfect. Cool. This 97-year-old GODGAME stream still makes cards the old-fashioned way. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna be going over basically everything. The stream isn't really like planned out too well. By which I mean I'm not really gonna go like, oh, first we're doing basic cards, then we're doing, you know, like I'm just gonna do it by ear. But I have wrote down notes for myself. What's PowerPoint? Well, I think it'll be easier for me if I just open up the documents and just like show you how I make a card. You know what I mean? I think that'll probably be like a better and an easier way to do it than like making a presentation, because it lets me be malleable and lets me kind of do things at my own pace with it. Are we doing a live card making demonstration? Probably not right away. But I think maybe later in the stream. I think so. Let me just click on it summit. So yeah, I guess I should have really thought about where to start, but basically what we're going for today is how... Oh, Aether Star, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. We're kind of going for how to write a God Game card that feels like it could be in Thrill House Edition. Because like I was saying a little earlier, there's been a lot of really fucking cool custom Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but there's certain like mechanical or wording discrepancies that make things feel like a little off. I'm gonna be going over like the wording of things, terminology, like order of operations, balancing effects, how to make things like simple but like effective, and how to make your card fun is the main thing. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, so we're going over all that stuff. Also, hi Mimo, I'm glad you were able to be here for the stream today. I was worried that you weren't gonna wake up in time, yeah. I saw you were streaming Balatro last night, really late. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of get into it. And like, the main problem is I don't really know where exactly to start. But I think that's okay. I'm just gonna get my chill playlist going, my card making playlist going. Hold on. Got the Tekken 4 music. How big seems to do it would it go if you started making cards for Shrek? Why? The Shrek cards are all in Slug Warriors. You know that. I think we can make a Shrek card later. So yeah, I guess I'll start off. People probably want to see character cards, so I think I will start off. I feel like character cards will probably be the bulk of this stream though, so maybe I should start off with Explore cards. Yeah, I think I will. I think I will start off with Explore cards. Because character cards really are going to be like the bulk of the stream, I think. So yeah. Hi, Blue. Gary Shrek Swan. Okay. So yeah. If you, there's 6 types of Explore card. There are 6 types of Explore card. Yeah, I'll probably do Explore cards, then environments, then character cards. Probably is how I'll probably do it. Yeah, so there's 6 types of Explore cards. Consumables, attachments, visitors, phenomenons, bosses, and characters, which I'll probably put in with when I talk about character cards. I'll probably leave those for last as sort of a transition. But basically, Explore cards, you know, you draw them out of the deck, usually once at the start of your turn, and you can play. There are 2 sort of categories of Explore cards in my mind. There are active Explore cards, which you have to play yourself, which would be consumable cards, and attachments, and characters. And then there are passive Explore cards, which you draw them and they immediately enter play. You don't have a choice about playing them. And balancing those types of cards is a lot more difficult. Let me open... Okay. I'll open some consumables from base set. And maybe 1 or 2 Orb and Soul ones, because I have a couple of those. And I guess some, like, Dark Beyond ones too, because that's pretty recent. Consumables are probably one of the hardest card types to balance around, genuinely, I think. Here's Double Penny. Bark Chart. Because consumables can kind of do anything, if you get what I mean. Like, all a consumable is, by definition, is you play it on your turn, it does something, and then it gets discarded. Now, in practice, it's a little more complex than that. But just by virtue of like the simplicity of effects, it's just like something you play and then start thinking about. So I guess my main thing, yeah, that's the other main thing. There's only so many effects you can write that are simple for consumables, because once you get to a certain point, you'll start getting repeats, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it does mean you have to be a bit more careful about it. So let me open up a couple of consumables from the Dark Beyond, which is one of the newest, which is the newest expansion that's out. And that, I'm noticing there aren't actually that many of those. There are some, but not many. Probably for that exact reason. So let me get some, yeah. Yeah, most of the ones I added in Dark Beyond are Fortnite cards. Yeah, so give any card dancing. I mean, it's the Buggy Bomb. It is what it is. Draw a Jones deck, because the Jonesy deck is new there. This one is a bit more involved. Roll 1d4, move that many slots. If you can't move anything, you'll stop in both slot. But land another card slot, cards deal the damage to each other. Target's card returns to its original slot. And then give a card 1 charge. These are all apart from Shockwave Grenade, these are all literally like one sentence cards, basically. I feel like that's probably the main important thing you want to do with consumables is keep them simple. Like two or three sentences. And even this one, it's got like half the text box, but it's not a complicated card. You don't need to like keep track of anything. All you need to do is roll a d4 and then move some cards. Whereas something I see a lot of people do is they write a consumable that's like, well, maybe not a lot of people, but like something I see sometimes in the God Game chats is like a consumable that's like, oh, do this, then do this. For the rest of the game, do this. And that's like good, but I think rest of the game effects generally should not be on consumables, because consumables immediately get discarded. It's the only explore card type that immediately gets discarded, actually, yeah. I think that's the one explore card type that you probably shouldn't use for the rest of the game effects on. And I do get the appeal of them, because part of it, obviously, playing something yourself and it being for the rest of the game, but I feel like something like that should be like a spell, or maybe an attachment that says attach this to yourself. I feel like that's the way that the cards like that should be done. People making memories card, yeah. That's the main thing. Consumables, you want to forget about them as soon as they're out of play. Like, unless you have something that draws from like the consumable discard or interacts with it in some way, you don't want to be thinking about consumables at all after you've played them. That's my main advice for those. Just keep them simple. Keep them, keep them readable. Let me open up like a couple from like Endless Nebula too. Yeah, so this one is just making another like one sentencer. Yeah, just giving. Oh yeah, that's another good point of thing too. Is the problem with the rest of the game effects being consumed or just being a thing entirely? I think rest of the game effects, one, should be very rare, but also should not generally be on consumables, yeah, because it kind of doesn't make sense with how consumables work. Like, what happens if you draw a consumable from the discard that says for the rest of the game on it? Like, and you play it again. How would that function? You know? That's my main worry about that. And I know there's sort of the threat of that with any type of card, but I think with consumables, it's a lot more of one. Because it's a lot easier to just get a consumable and say like, oh, I'm playing this and I'm using this as like a reactive action. Or I'm playing this because there's like a bigger explorement this turn. Been double checking a lot of consumables you make for Spruce, and you generally kept them pretty simple. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's nothing wrong with longer consumables. I mean, I'm a proponent for longer cards, and I that's something I'm going to be covering a bit later in the stream, that you shouldn't be afraid to write longer cards. But I think you need to be deliberate about them. You can't just make a card, like, you can't just make it long for the sake of it. So I'm gonna use an example card that I have right now, which is a consumable card that is from Auburn Soul, because it's a new one and it has a showstopper, and that lets me actually talk a little bit about how to design consumables with showstoppers too. Yeah, consumables only utilize other mechanics. Yeah, exactly. I would say a lot of consumables in base set and in Auburn Soul are just about interacting with other mechanics rather than doing something unique on their own terms. I think character cards and environments more so, and I guess like visitors and phenomenons too, are more so where the unique effects come in. Not to say that you can't give consumables unique effects, certainly. And I think there are some very fun ones that do. Just for the most part, I would say you want to. If you're introducing something new in an expansion you're working on, like a new status or a field effect or some other mechanic, you probably want to make consumables that interact with that mechanic. You know, like if you add a status called Lucky, right? You want to probably add a consumable that's like, oh, 4-leaf clover, give a card Lucky, you know? That just like and then put like 5 copies on the explore deck, or like 3 to 5, you know? Depending on what the status does, obviously. We'll get into that later. So yeah, let me open a consumable from Orbital to show you guys a little bit of something new. Stupid. Yeah, so search the Explore card for a character and immediately summon it to your field. Poison that card, then roll 1d4 and poison that many other cards in play. And then Showstopper, poison every card in play. So this one I like a lot. This one is kind of a situational Explore card. That's another thing too. Some Explore cards you can play, like consumables especially, you can play kind of whenever. Like there's no, like you can play Rift to go like whenever, and there's never really a downside to that unless you're like managing your hand size. And like this one, there's generally like a pretty good reason to play this. You don't really need to save this most of the time. Whereas like Shockwave Grenade and Jacksepticeye, you probably want to be a little bit more deliberate with. Those kind of balancing those effects is a little bit more up to your own discretion. But I think having a mix of immediately usable Explore cards and ones that are a little bit more situational is very healthy for the game and very important for it. I know a lot of the time there are certain cards in base set that you might draw and think, oh, this isn't going to help me at all. But sometimes it might literally be like the best card you've ever drawn, you know? Like that, it might be the perfect draw for a situation. Like this one. Most of the time I would probably not want to play this card. Sometimes though, it might genuinely be like the perfect card for the situation you're in. And I think I really like consumables for that. Kind of scary. A little bit, yeah. So I want to kind of figure out the wording of it. Well, I guess I can go over terminology stuff for me. I don't think there's any terminology specific to consumables I would need to warn you guys about, really. Oh, so also in regards to consumables with showstoppers, I believe it says this on the showstopper document that you guys had access to, but if you're designing a card consumable with a showstopper, you need to be aware you can use both effects. So when you play a consumable with a showstopper, like this effect, the first effect, happens no matter what, right? Like that's gonna happen no matter what you do. And then, if it's the first thing you do on your turn, then you can choose to do this effect. Like, if you're giving a consumable a showstopper, and it has like a normal effect as well, you have to do the normal effect as well. That's the main thing. The main thing with those. Yeah. If you don't play it at the start of your turn, you can still do this effect. You just can't do the showstopper. You know what I mean? So like if you don't want to do that, then you still can. It's fine. That's really the only major balancing thing around those. Consumables. I should talk a bit about victory consumables too, because that's probably important. Yeah, so all the consumables I've done so far are just regular ones. Just ones that give statuses or interact with certain mechanics or give you coins. Ah, right, I guess that is something I can briefly mention. If you're talking about coins in the sense of the currency in God Game, use capital C. If you're talking about a coin that you flip, use a lowercase c. That's how we've been formatting it. That's how that should be. So victory consumables. There are a couple in base set and in Orb and Soul and Dark Beyond. Let me open these up. Hold on. Where are the victory consumables in base alpha? There we go. A lot of the early ones we have are just upgrades from regular consumables. I have some... Yeah, I have a couple Dark Beyond ones. One of the... Yeah, a big thing that I like to do for victory consumables is make them upgrades of regular Explore Deck consumables. This one isn't one of those. This one is really just really good, but for example, like this card gives an ultra status, so it's a victory consumable, whereas cards that give special or regular statuses usually are just explore consumables. Because ultra statuses are ultra for a reason. Dime is just a better like penny, double penny, nickel, you know? Quarter. Is quarter a card? No, it's not. That'd be like 25 coins. Wait. Except speed? Speed is not an ultra status. Victory. Yeah, the speed shoes is in victory because speed is a very, very good status. But I don't... It's not victory exclusive, is it? I'm not seeing that in my files. Hold on, let me quickly find it. What is that card? Wait. What set is that card in? I can't find it. Sucks, when did we add the speed shoes from Sonic? I can't find that card anywhere. Delta? Is it Delta? I'm actually, like, where is that card? What the fuck? Hold on. I just checked, like, base set alpha, beta, and gamma. And then... It's not in... Oh, power sneakers. It's not called speed shoes. That's why I couldn't find it. Right. I forgot. Yeah, so yeah, this is a victory... Right, I guess that's something I should also talk about, yeah. Cards that are in both the Explore and Victory decks. But for now, yeah, victory cards are always going to be good. Or most of the point, they're going to be more powerful effects than your regular Explore cards. Is there a reason why Power Star is worded differently than Power Sneaker than Superstar is worded differently than Power Sneakers? It's because when we were just starting out on remake on Thrill House Edition, we hadn't quite ironed out the differences between card wording yet, or the specifics of it. We only really kind of figured that out like a bit further into the development of it. The other big thing also is that a lot of the cards in Delta were made by Phi, whereas the ones in Alpha, Beta, Gamma, were made by me. So that's also a thing. If you're working with more than one person, you want to communicate and make sure your wording is consistent. Because you want to have consistent wording, trust me. If anything's slightly wrong, people are going to get on your case about it. Oh, not to imply that you were getting on my case about it, though, but I just mean, like, generally, you know? Yeah, so, like, this is just a better Pokeball. Great Ball, Ultra Ball. Ultra Ball is actually in the Victory deck, too, because it's very good. There are certain cards that are in both the Explore and Victory decks because they're very powerful Explore cards, which means they're usually... The way we usually balance that is that we kind of make things... we make them a little bit rare in the Explore deck, so, like, I think this only has, like, 1 or 2 Explore deck copies. And then it also has, like, 2 to 3 Victory deck copies. It's a fun way to sort of balance that stuff, where, like, it's rare in the Explore deck. But it's a very good card, so it's also in the Victory deck. Yeah, and I think that's pretty much everything I have to say about consumables that I remember, at least. There's probably more, but I don't know for sure. If I think of anything, I'll come back to it. I guess if you guys have any consumable questions, then I'm more than happy to answer them. Yeah, just, you know, keep things simple. Basically. Make things useful, keep them simple. You don't want to be worrying about consumables after they're already gone. Like, the effects of them is the main thing. I need to get a drink of water. Dude, I'm going to be talking a lot this stream. What's the use case for Penne? I don't know. When you don't have any Explore cards you want to play otherwise, and you can just get, like, a coin out of it. What do you mean? What's the reason? The only reason not to play Penny, in my opinion, is that, like, playing an Explore card would, like, benefit your opponent in some way, or you don't, or there's other cards you want to play. You know? Like, I probably wouldn't play Penny if I had, like a Geo Pebble and I needed to deal damage to something. I would play that. What's the use case for Clap? Pretty much what Bomber said. And yeah, yeah, I mean, obviously you'd rather draw, like, a double penny or a triple penny or a nickel than a penny, but it's not a bad card. It's just a weaker card. That's the other main thing with card balancing, balancing consumable effects and Explore card effects, and really just any card effect too. It's okay if some of them are better than others or worse than others. The whole standard doesn't need to be completely balanced with itself, because there are so many cards in the game. Like, if you draw a really good card one turn, and you draw a really bad in quotes card another turn, that's okay. Because it means you're not getting the really good cards all the time, or the really bad cards all the time, because there's a balance of them. And because there's like a million cards in this game. It's okay if some of them are better or worse than others. Yeah, weak doesn't mean bad. They're healthy for the balance of the game, is my big thing. Okay, so let's quickly move on to attachment cards. So attachments, obviously, is another active Explore card. You wanna play those on character cards. Well, that's really only what you can only play them on, unless it says otherwise. And they have a persistent effect while they're attached. However, there's something that we've been doing more with attachments lately that's very interesting, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But basically, it's a card that you attach to a character, and it has a persistent effect that applies to that card. And attachments only leave play when something would either make them specifically leave play, or when the character they're attached to leaves play. Including returning to your hand. If a card is returned to your hand, if it's discarded, and it has attachment on it, that attachment also gets discarded. I don't think the attachment would get returned to your hand unless the card itself says it also does. You would discard it. But yeah, let me open up some attachments from base set and you know, Nebula, Arcana, Dark Beyond, and Auburn. Crown, that's pretty good. And I'll get some victory ones open too. There aren't that many attachments in base set alpha actually. There's a lot of consumables, but not that many attachments. Beta? Okay, yeah. Gamma. And then Delta. Sorry, give me a second to open these. Oh, Clary. And then let me open up Dark Beyond real quick, because there's some very fun ones in there, in my opinion. And some fun ones that especially go with what I'm talking about. In regards to the balancing of cards. Yeah, so attachments, you want to be, because these are persistent and stay in play, you want to be worrying a lot more about how those affect the state of the ongoing game in the long term. Consumables, they're just one and done, you know? They're gone. These, once they're attached, they're not like going anywhere until the card's gone. So you want to think about that. So, Crown. This one is one, in my opinion, like a very strong attachment. But yeah, when it's attacked, it has a 50% chance of not taking any damage and losing one of its counters. The main thing about this one is that it stops doing anything after the counters are gone. That's okay, because there's still reason to have attachments attached to certain cards, even once they stop doing anything. Certain cards have benefits for how many attachments they have on them, or maybe are depending on if they target a card with attachments. There's reasons to have or not have it on things. Yeah, burn targeted card. These also, I think these have a lot of utility similar to consumables in that they can kind of be anything, but at the same time, these, you need to be a little bit more deliberate with these, because they can be anything, but they need to do one thing, you know? Like they need to be on, like you have to write them with the mindset that this is going to be on a card and it's going to remain in play. So yeah, these ones, like this one gives properties to the card on defense. This one gives a property to the card on attack, so it burns when it attacks. This one gives a passive property to the card, where if you use a consumable on it, it's used on all the cards on your field. This one also is on offense. This one's really good, man. Yeah, there's probably a couple. There's like, I think there's about 3 or 4 types of. I guess you could probably narrow it down a bit further to just like things that do things actively and things that don't. But I'm gonna classify it as things that affect the card when it attacks, things that affect the card when it would take damage, things that affect the card in a passive manner, and things that affect the card's actions. And then there's also another category, which I will get into a little bit after, because this is also very interesting. But there's also attachments that affect the card's text, as it were. Not necessarily in the same way that something like Andrew Hussey affects written text, our abilities, I guess, but things that affect the text of cards. So, most attachments are written with the idea that you would probably attach it to your own cards, and that's all well and good. And I think that's certainly a fine way to balance writing cards, because I do that all the time too. Like this one, for example. But there is also very good reason to write cards that you can attach to other players' cards, because that's always been possible. You're always able to attach cards, attach attachments to other players' cards. So for example, this card, red card, when the attached card takes damage from an attack, return the attacking card to that player's hand and discard this card. So if you want to get a problem card out of play, if only briefly, then you can attach this to it and put that card back in that player's hand. So then you can, for example, if they have a hopeful card, or a taunt card, or an armored card with really good written text, or an ability, you can get rid of it. If only briefly. Yeah, bouncing is very strong, yeah. Yeah, I really like this one too. In rare cases, I think you can have attachments that do stronger stuff, but I'll get into that stuff when we approach more victory type cards. But yeah, it's mostly, I would say typically you want the attachments to only really affect the card that it's attached to. However, I think when you're doing something like adding a new ability to a card, then I think it's okay if it affects other cards adjacent to it, or cards on other fields. Like this one. This one is like a passive effect, and it's very kind of silly, but it's also not really too much to keep track of. It's very obvious what it does. And you do have to choose to do it, is the main thing. That's one of the main things I guess I should probably talk about a bit. If you're adding like kinda like out there and wackier effects and stuff that's a little bit harder to keep track of, a lot of the time you probably want those to be opt-in, rather than opt-out. I think it's a lot more. Obviously, you can do cards that activate no matter what, and that's fine. A lot of the times, I think it's more fun if you make things opt-in. So, like, you have to choose to play consumable on this. You have to choose to attach this in the first place. So while you would have to affect every other card in your field, that's your choice for putting this card on this character in the first, on whatever character you're attaching it to in the first place. You know what I mean? So there is another type of attachment that I want to talk about a bit, which is, which we've been doing lately, which is card attachments that give a different action to a card. So obviously when you act in GODGAME, usually the only action that cards have available to them is attacking, but certain other cards have things that they can do in place of attacking, like, I can't remember any specific examples off the top of my head. I think Peely can, like, reveal the top of a gimmick deck and then, like, draw that deck on a heads or something similar to that. Yeah, I think that's how that would work. But yeah, cards, attachments that give additional actions are very, very useful in my opinion. Those are like some of my favorite types of attachments. They have a lot of utility because it gives you, especially, there's a lot of cards that have like low damage or 0 damage, that you don't like necessarily want to be attacking with. Or even certain ones with high damage that you don't necessarily want to be attacking with because you don't want them to die. Giving cards like this to those cards lets them be useful without them having to attack. Like ignore, like beyond their own, like it lets them act without attacking. I think that's a very good utility to have. I think. Also, yeah, passive effects, things that say like for the rest of the game, typically shouldn't really go on in a lot of cases. But I think if you're gonna put that on a card, I think something similar can work with attachments, because it's like it can be like you could theoretically do something with if this is attached to a player, or something like this can be attached to players, and for the rest, like while this is attached, and then it does whatever you want it to do, you know. So that there's not really many ways to get rid of attachments from players, because there aren't that many cards that specifically discard attachments from cards, or from anything really. So writing an attachment that can be attached to a player is probably the best way to do for the rest of the game effect, in my opinion. I think so, at least. That or like a readied spell. So yeah, there is like one or two other kinds of attachment that I want to talk about, but let me quickly just open Orb and Soul again. So oh, Fi, are you still here? I don't actually seem to have any attachments with me that have, what's it called, showstoppers on them, because I don't actually have that many of the Orb and Soul cards yet, because we're still working on it, you know, and I only have the ones I've made. Do I have any attachments with the showstoppers on them right now? Why? Where are you? Help. Oh, I think I have one, actually. And it is a contest card, so I guess you guys are going to be seeing that. Hold on. Let me open it. This isn't really a typical attachment, though, so it feels a little weird to show this one. That's why I'm trying to... Hold on, let me message her on Discord. I've messaged Vi to ask for a good example of a showstopper attachment. But for now, I will show the one I have. Which isn't really a typical attachment card, so it's a bit weird to show this one, but it's what I gotta work with. Yeah, so this one is probably one that you wanna attach to another player's card. But yeah, attachments with showstoppers. I think they work similarly to sort of similarly to consumables, but not really. Like, they have an ongoing effect, as you would expect, and that obviously, you know, goes on whenever it happens, if it's passive or at the start or end of the turn. Oh, I guess that's something else I didn't really talk about. Yeah, attachments can be good for that stuff too. Like at the start of your turn, or at the end of your turn, or chapter, or at the start of an opponent's turn. Anything like that, those are good for attachments. But if an attachment has a showstopper, it works exactly how you would expect it to. It's basically just giving the attached card a showstopper. Like, that card can use this card's showstopper, basically. Oh, well, you can use this card's showstopper at the start of your turn, and it'll end your turn and it'll do the effect. It's just, like, attachments to showstoppers are just adding an additional effect to the card. And also, there is something that I didn't need to talk about with consumables because there's no use case for that. However, there is a use case for writing attachments that have bursts. And I think I might have added one or two. Oh, okay, well I didn't add any in Dark Beyond. I thought I did for some reason. But it's very, very simple to write an attachment that has a burst. Pretty much all it would be is you make the card as normal. You know, you write whatever. Basically, you write a burst as if it is a character card's burst. So like, if X, do Y. But when the attachment is played, the attachment would get a burst, like a burst counter. And you can use that burst as long as, you know, the conditions are fulfilled. And if it is something like if this is at 1 HP, give this card +1 damage, that's not what I would probably do because it's kind of really weak, but if that was the case for an attachment with a burst, then I would, like, you could use that attachment's burst on any card it's attached to, obviously once. But if the card that you attached it to itself had a burst, I would say that, you know, you would be able to use both of them. Because it's the character itself's burst and the attachment's burst. You know what I mean? That's a fun way to implement more burst cards, is giving them to attachments and making them a little bit more generic. I think I'd like this card more if the person who owns the card you guys attached to use the showstopper more. Showstopper? Well, they can. Well, sort of. Not right when it's attached. Well, no, it depends. If you attach this to an opponent's card, so for example, let's say I'm playing against Socks, right? And Socks attaches the Cheap Trick attachment to one of my basic cards. At the start of my turn, I'm able to just use the showstopper if I immediately want to get rid of this card. Like I don't need to let it kill one of the cards on my field. However, if you attach this to a card on your field for whatever reason, you would not be able to use the showstopper because it wouldn't be at the start of your turn. You know what I mean? Oh, okay, Fly has given me an example of an attachment with a showstopper that she really likes. So yeah, here. Obviously, this card's status conditions have no effect whatsoever. When this attachment is in a discard pile, you may trigger its showstopper as if you own this card. Showstopper. Attach this attachment to any character in play. This one is a little silly. I really like it though. Yeah, it's fun. I think, yeah, this one has a passive effect. It has a kind of a more weird utility effect, and obviously it has the showstopper. Yeah, showstoppers can be done by you if you attach them to it. Just works how a character's showstopper would do it. But yeah, there is one. Obviously, there's burst. I just talked about explore card like attachments with bursts. There's also you can also theoretically do attachments with death rattles. So yeah, it is very much possible to write an attachment that gives a card a new death rattle. And that would work exactly how you would expect it to. Once the card dies, the attachment's death rattle would trigger, and, you know, whatever happens. This one in particular is kind of a weird example, and I worded it like this because it doesn't just add a death rattle, it also adds an ability to the card. But yeah, the Master Emerald, when this is attached to a card, it gains the following as part of its written text. This card is unaffected by any modifications to cards other than itself. Death Rattle, draw 7 explore cards. And this one is a victory card because it's a very good card. Do effects like that replace the original Death Rattle? No, because it doesn't say that it's replacing the original text. It is appending the text, so it would have 2 death rattles in that instance. I also think that is how it would work with a card that has 2 showstoppers, thanks to an attachment, or 2 death, or 2 bursts. I think it would work exactly how you would expect it to. It's got a lot of utility. I would say though, you probably can't put a battle cry on a attachment. Like you theoretically could, but I feel like it'd be weird. I feel like the utility of that would be if you have a harmonized card, but it just feels so niche that I kind of advise against it a lot of the time. You could, but it just feels like a weird interaction. Yeah. Just a little strange. This is also... Oh, right. I guess I could talk about this with consumables too, but you could give attachments and consumables a 2-play effect. If you want to limit how you can play, like if you want to give a condition to playing a consumable or attachment or any other type of card, obviously you can use a 2-play effect, which are pretty rare for the most part because we don't really, you know, a lot of the time there's not really much reason to put 2-play effects on things, and I don't even have any examples of consumables or attachments with 2-play effects because of how rare they are. But if you have like a very, very, very powerful card that you want to restrict, or if you just want to do some kind of like funny joke with a card and restrict it being played, I guess you can give it a 2-play effect, which is really rare, like genuinely so rare. I think one of the only cards that has it is this, which you can probably tell why it has this. You know? Like, this is a good fucking card. Dude, this is basically like a showstopper 2-play. And I wrote this before showstopper existed. That's funny. That's really funny, actually. This is just a showstopper to play. Well, yeah. But yeah, you can theoretically do that if you want to. It's very, very much like something you can do. Does it make sense to have it to play that is conditional that allows you to play a card out of turn? Like to play that, say something like play this on an opponent's turn? Yeah, I mean, if you play an attachment on an opponent's card, that's the opponent's attachment. That's their card now. Yeah, the wording on this one is a little clunky, and I'll probably revise it a bit once we get to in like fucking 5 years, once we get to Dark Beyond public release. With characters in general. Well, I think it depends on what you want to do. Like, use your own judgment in a lot of cases. I'm going to get to character cards a bit later in the stream, but use your own judgment in a lot of cases, I think. Like, if it's like to play, like play this on an opponent's turn, I think that would be fine, but I think it should have some other, there should be like a reason for that, you know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't just be because, and it should have some other thing to go with it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Victory attachment's pretty much just the same as consumables. Just, you know, just like they would do, they do things that are like regular ones but better in a lot of cases, which is totally fine. Oh, I guess there's also one other brief thing I can talk about, which is, this is something that I've only really introduced in Dark Beyond, which is attachments that you attach to a card but affects a player. Like the Infinity Stone cards are the only ones that do this. Those should be very rare, for obvious reasons again. They can be very powerful effects though if you do something like that. I think those cards are kind of self-balancing. These are not victory cards despite their powerful effects, because they affect the player. And all you need to do to get rid of these is just get rid of the card that they're attached to. They're not attached to the player. Now, if you attach this to a card that's like Undying, then that's just like how it goes, you know? That's sometimes just how the game goes, that's fine. Counterintuitive because in other card games you still control it? You would? I don't know about other card. Like, the only card games I really played before GODGAME was like Pokemon the trading card game and like... I don't know, I think that's it. Marvel Snap, maybe? No, that wasn't out. That was not fucking out. But those are the only card games I've really played, and those don't have like attachments that you attach to other players' cards. You can only attach them to your cards in Pokemon. But yeah, no. If you attach an attachment to another player's card, it works how you would expect it to. Like, yeah. Sorry, I gotta keep taking drinks of water because I'm talking a lot this stream. I'm doing basically nothing but. Okay, so I'm gonna skip over the last active explore card type right now, which is characters, because we're going to be going over those later, like I said. And I will now go to the passive explore card type, which includes visitors, phenomenons, and bosses. We might be here for a bit with those ones. Visitors. So visitors are You draw it, it comes into play immediately, and it applies to you, the active player, during your turn, and then it gets discarded. More than one visitor can be in play at once, but I would typically, like, the way I do it, but well, the way Sox does it is that they reveal them one at a time. The way I like to do it is reveal them all at once and just like figure them out in relation to each other. You're free to do it however you like in your own games. There's no like hard ruling on how you should or shouldn't play multiple visitors drawn at once. I like revealing them all at once personally, but it's fine. Like any way you want to do it is okay, as long as you're actually doing the visitors when you draw them. You know what I mean? Yeah, they typically only affect the active player unless they say otherwise. So let me open some example visitors from base set and you know the other sets I've been talking about. Beta. Where are we looking? I can't open the Shawn one because it's an animated card. Wait a minute, no I can. I can open the PSD. And let me open a couple from Delta and Dark Beyond too. Oh, and do I have any from... I do have one from... Auburn. I do have some from Auburn, so... yeah, okay. And then Dark Beyond as well, because there's a couple really fun ones from there in my opinion. Where's my music? There we go. Yeah, let me quickly just open a couple visitors from Dark Beyond. Sometimes the visitor gets drawn by somebody who isn't so animated how that works. Yeah, I would typically say what Sox said. If you draw a visitor and it's not your turn, then it would still affect you. Just, you know, yeah, just do it in like an order that makes sense for you guys. Like, I would typically resolve visitors that are drawn like that in turn order. So I would go by every player that isn't the active player and then the active player. Actually, I'm not sure if I would do that or the active player first. I don't know. I'm not sure, but that's we'll worry about that later, I guess. Yeah, so visitors. I know I keep saying these cards can be anything about card types. I think that's more true with visitors than most others. The main thing to note is that, once again, you shouldn't write visitors that have persistent effects. They should be these should be like consumables, where they should come into play, do the thing they do for the turn, and then leave. You shouldn't be worrying about them after that. In my opinion, I think visitors are some of the most difficult cards to write for, because if you draw that, if you draw one, it means you don't really get an explore card for the turn. You know, like it means you have to do whatever the effect this is instead. You don't get to get a consumable or attachment or character you can play yourself. That's one of the big things with passive explore cards. You kind of have to write them with the thing where, like, in mind that whoever's drawing this doesn't actually get to draw like something to keep in the hand. So you want to be a little bit like, a lot of my favorite visitors are ones that interact with letting you have a chance to get more things in some way. So Zachary, for example, which obviously, yeah, once again, here is the cool visitor. Shuffles a shop deck, then, so that's basic skilled all champion. Then display the top 7 cards of that deck. You may purchase as many of those cards as you like. Shuffle the rest of the cards back. Yeah, so it's this one. I really like this one. Obviously, most of the time you can only see 3 cards in the shop. This one lets you see 7 more. Briefly. It's good. This one is similar. Lets you buy explore cards, which is a utility that you don't typically get to do. Usually you have to just draw them. Wait, I just opened a bunch of shop ones. I didn't actually mean to do that. Oh wait, this isn't a shop one. I mean, it kind of is, but it's a utility card. Yeah, I think there was an era in GODGAME card making where people would like see visitors and think, oh, we can make these horrible. let's make the worst card you've ever seen, and when they draw it, they have to play it and deal with it. And I think we've moved past that era for the most part, and I'm very glad about that. Most of the time you want visitors to be things that you draw and they have like a positive effect for the person who draws it. They shouldn't all be positive effects. I think it's good that some visitors do things that you maybe might not like, but they should be they should be like a little bit more rare than the other ones. And I should try and find some good examples of visitors that have maybe positive and negative effects. Oh, actually, yeah, so this one, you don't get a choice with this one. You have to give a card 1d6 charge, then give that card 1d4 doom. Each player does this in turn order. You have to do that. You have to also give the card doom, you know? Which is a bad thing. But the offset, you know, it also has the really good effect. But I think cards that only do negative things should very much be rare. Yeah. I think the only real example of like a bad, in quotes, explore card in base set, I believe, is, I think it's Thrash Machine. Is Playtime a visitor? Ah, Playtime. Playtime is good for you. It's not good for your opponent, but it's good for you when you draw it. But let me open. Why does my music keep pausing? What is... Wait, not... Yeah, Thrash Machine. This is the only, like, overly negative one that I can think of in base game, in like Thrill House Edition. And it's like Sock said, a bad visitor should at least be funny. This is, I mean, look at it. This is just take 1 damage. It's like nothing, you know. It's like inoffensively bad. It's funny. Whereas I'm gonna use one of my own cards as an example. An old card, like an old card that I'm not really huge on anymore. And I'm gonna go into my archive for this. Where are they? Actually, I don't know if I want to open this because this card's terrible. I mean, it's like... No, it's fine. It's not as bad as I thought. I mean, it's like... terrible. But it's like... yeah. This is like way too much, you know? If this was... yeah. This just feels terrible. You would not want to draw... like, if you drew this, you would be mad. If I were to make this card today, and I wanted it to do something similar, I would probably make it... shuffle all shop displays into the champion deck. Then, you may shuffle your hand into the champion deck. If you do, draw Jonesy cards equal to cards you shuffled away. And I would probably also have the shop stock thing too. I would, like, the main bad thing is like opt in, you know? That's how I would do that now, if I were to make this card now. Yeah, or theoretically a showstopper. You could have something like this. This effect, as is, could be a showstopper effect. You have to give up your like the way that visitors with showstoppers work is that you have to choose, like, you have to choose to do it as soon as you draw the card. Whereas with most visitor effects, I usually let it go as like, you can do it at any time on your turn before you end it, or rather, it should be like soon after you draw it, but you know, like there's a bit of leeway with it, you know. But with a showstopper visitor, if you want to do the showstopper specifically, you have to do it as soon as you draw. And it does, you know, end your turn, as showstoppers do. And actually, yeah, here is a visitor with a showstopper. If you got a card with a showstopper, let's do explore a visitor with a showstopper, how would it work? You can only use one showstopper in a turn. So if you use a showstopper to explore and you draw a visitor that has a showstopper, you don't get to use a visitor's showstopper. That's how that would work. Yeah, because you could... That's the main thing that Fi did to balance these, is that you can't use more than one showstopper in a turn, no matter what. Like, even if you found a way to not end your turn after using a showstopper, you still can't use any more. That's just for balance reasons. Yeah, so it's sort of like consumables where you do the normal effect no matter what, and then you can choose to do the showstopper. Even if a card's got two? Yes. Even if a card has two showstoppers, you would pick one to do, and then that's it. Like, you can only do one a turn, no matter what. Like, unless anything would say otherwise. Which like, if it does, you'll know, you know? Like, if so, like, something will say that if it means that. Yeah, but yeah, visitors, the main thing, you want it to be generally a positive effect, or at the very least like a funny neutral effect. You don't want it to be something that takes a lot of time to figure out. That's another pitfall I see people fall into. You want it to be something people are going to draw and they'll know what it does. You know what I mean? Okay. Did I add any in Dark Beyond that do something like a long effect but still simple? Yeah, so this is a lot of text, but it's not a very complicated effect at all. I feel like people have gotten mad about this card before, but it's very funny to me. I really like this one. It's not that it's not very complicated at the end of the day. This one is I would probably say a funny neutral effect. It's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It could be either. Typically you want to lean towards making it something that benefits the active player when they draw it. But there is reason to do things that benefit every player, benefit no player, or even theoretically have negative effects for like the active player or all players. But those cards should be a bit more rare. And I think that's everything for visitors that I wouldn't need to go over necessarily. There's no such thing as like victory visitors. So you don't really need to worry about that. Does anyone have any like pressing questions about visitors that they would need answering? Because I feel like I feel like there's something I should probably talk a bit more about with this, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, I am noticing though when I was looking at a lot of these cards and closing them, one of the main things we put on these cards is you may. Most of these cards say like you can do that. Like you may do it. You don't have to. You most of the time you never have to do this. You may activate the battle cry of any basic card in the basic discard pile. You know? I think that helps a lot, because even if you theoretically could do it, then like you might not want to. You like the basic card in the discard with a battle cry, there might only be one, and it might be terrible. It might be like battle cry, draw 1d100 cute doji wojis, you know? You might not want to do that. You may is like the back, like yeah, like Nemo said, it's a fundamental pillar. This one, not this. Yeah, this one you have to do it. That's kind of the point of the card. But a lot of the time you want to have it be you may. So question from Bomber. What's the absolute longest a visitor's effect should last? Is until the end of the chapter too long? I think visitors, like, every single visitor I write has an effect that lasts for the turn. Well, Okay, so here's a visitor from Dark Beyond, which has an effect that has a longer lasting effect overall. This card has an effect that technically lasts until the end of the chapter. However, I wouldn't say that really counts because it's a visitor that does one thing and then leaves. You know what I mean? It's not doing an effect that lasts theoretically. Like, the effect of the visitor itself doesn't last. It is coming in and doing one thing. Like, I'm kind of wording that a bit weirdly, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? Yeah. It summons a different card. The visitor itself isn't staying in play. Visitors typically should only stay in play for the turn. I think there are theoretical exceptions that can work. I'm trying to think of any examples in base set that have a longer lingering effect. But for the most part, they really should just be like one and done. Yeah. And any visitors that stick around should probably have a very good reason for doing so. Like, you don't want to just have a visitor sitting there and it's like, oh, at the end of the turn, every player like draws a basic card and discard this at the end of the chapter. That could just be a phenomenon, you know? A lot of the time, if you want to make a lingering visitor that goes away after a point, you want to just make it a phenomenon. And that's the perfect way to segue right into phenomenons, actually. Yeah, after you've done a visitor's effect, you generally should just be able to forget about it. It shouldn't do, like... like, this does two things. One of them as like a passive effect for the turn, and then one at the end of the turn. And that's all. Then once it's gone, you don't need to worry about it anymore. This does one thing when it's drawn. And that's all it does. And then it goes away. I think this one might need a little bit of rewording, but I think it's ultimately pretty good overall. But yeah, I'm going to segue into phenomenon cards, which does mean I am going to have to use the Dark Beyond as my only real example, because a lot of the older ones in Chaos Rising and Carnival, and I think the ones in Arcana and Nebula are okay actually, but a lot of the older ones aren't actually very, like, I wasn't very good at writing them yet, and, you know, if I wasn't good at writing them, then I don't think anyone working on Carnival was particularly good at writing them either, you know? Like, I made those things. Phenomenons are like visitors in which you draw them and they come into play immediately. However, they don't just affect the active player. Well, they do, but in the same way an environment does. Which, we haven't gotten to environments yet, but they come into play and stay in play until something makes them leave. So let me open a couple Dark Beyond examples. I believe most, if not all of which, are Fortnite cards. We're just gonna have to deal with that. There's a couple others, but I'm gonna... Those are like promotional cards for a reason. Oh wait, here's one that isn't a Fortnite card. Yeah, so phenomenons basically are just additional effects that you have to account for during your turn. They stick around, and they only go away either when a new phenomenon is drawn, or certain phenomenons have like going away conditions which are stated on the card itself. Those are a little bit more rare, but they do exist. With phenomenon, the randomness means you're the one forever. Oh, and you draw another one, it's immediately replaced and doesn't really see play. That's just the nature of the game. I think that's fine. But you do have to kind of write phenomenons with that in mind, that they might stay in play for a while, or they might not. You want to bounce it around, like, if it does stay in play for a while, is it going to be fun to keep in play for a while? But if it doesn't stay in play for a while, people are gonna are people gonna be like annoyed that they did or didn't get to play with it for too long? Like didn't get to play with it for too long. I think if people are like missing a phenomenon, then I think that's probably a good thing in a lot of cases, because it means you wrote a good one. Yeah, working as intended. So phenomenons, I think, are a good avenue for a lot of different effects. So yeah, this one, this one's pretty simple. It's just not much to keep track of. Once during a turn, you may give a card dancing, and then when a card dances, which is an action it can use, when it has the dancing status, that card's player gains 5 PP. This one is very interesting to me. All cards without bursts may use the following burst as their own. Burst, discard a card from your hand and give the sphere some. This one is also isn't really something you need to keep track of at all. It is, but not in the same way as some certain other ones. It's mostly just your cards have an additional sort of effect now, you know? And once, obviously, this isn't really this isn't stated on the card, but it's kind of obvious. Once phenomenons leave play, their effects no longer matter. So if a card hasn't used its burst, with this phenomenon, it wouldn't like keep the burst once this is gone, you know? Because that's not how phenomenons work, or how, yeah. Like, this one encourages you to use them, because it might get vanished. This one is a little bit more involved. You do have to kind of keep track of it. Like when you play any explore card, that does only mean active ones though, because I wouldn't say that you're playing visitors or bosses or phenomenons when you draw them. Those are just entering play. That's the major difference. Like that's why I have the differentiation in my head of active explore cards and passive explore cards. I need to take a fucking drink of water, dude. My throat is getting so dry. Literally maybe the most I've talked in like any stream. Continuously. Yeah, so when you play an explore card, deal 1 damage to any card. That is going to be a little bit to keep track of. But I think it's fine if you go one at a time with it. So like, and most of the time you can only play 2 explore cards on your turn. With like exceptions to that are infrequent. So most of the time this is basically just, you can deal 1 damage twice during your turn. Basically. Question that Crystal asked to be related from Discord. I know this card may use an action / as an action, this card may act used pretty interchangeably. Is in place of an action any different? I want to do the same thing. That's the same thing. That just means, yeah, that just means the same thing. This is like as an action in place of an action. It's just we hadn't really quite. We're still a little bit interchangeable with the wording though, but that one is something we're trying to get a little bit more consistent with. But yeah, that means the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, this one is something you're gonna have to keep track of. Obviously, when you're playing a card with a battle cry, it's not gonna do anything, and then you gotta make sure to trigger death rattles twice. The one thing I kind of need to worry about with this one is that it might break bosses a bit, which is not intentional. Like, boss battle cries and death rattles are, like, those should be able to trigger no matter what. You know? Typically. That's how they're, like, typically intent. Like, you know, you shouldn't be able to, like, cop out of that by this. And then this one is a lot like addendum to ignore bosses as a character battle class. Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. That's probably what I'll do. Yeah, I think similarly to Visitor's Phenomenon should typically be like something that makes the game a little bit more fun to play in, or a little bit more volatile. I don't think there should be negative effects most of the time. This one has a negative effect to it, but it's offset, you know what I mean? Like, basic cards cost 1 more coin to purchase, but they gain 2 charge when they're played. So you do have to keep track of your money a bit here. I think it's fine if they give you things to keep track of. I just think keep them mostly simple. Like, here's another just very simple one. Great, integrate synergy. That is great, yeah. I think this is probably the most complicated one for Dark Beyond. Actually, that's not true, but the ones that are complicated are promotional cards. Yeah, so all damage dealt to cards is doubled. Hold on, let me close the... No, I don't want to close the timeline thing. I'm not going to be able to reopen it. I'm not going to remember how. All damage dealt to cards is doubled. When a card in your field kills a character, collect coins depending on the kill card's tier. And then basic 1 coin, skill 3 coins, champion 7, other 5. Other would obviously be explore and gimmick cards. And I don't think there are any other type of character card that isn't accounted for here. Because other would I'm just gonna go ahead and say that other would account for amalgamates, because amalgamates the ruling on those is that they count as every type of card, which is a little scary when I'm thinking about it in terms of certain effects. Every type of card that is amalgamated into them. And yeah, this is one of the rare-ish phenomenons that ceases naturally. Yeah, because at the end of the chapter, a counter is added to the card, and then when it reaches 2 counters, it gets discarded. Secret and Hell are already categorized? Well, those aren't really types of card, necessarily. Like, for example, the card like Hero Shadow is in the secret deck, but it's a champion card. It's not like for things that check card types, yeah. I wouldn't say that counts as a secret card when you're checking card types, because that's not really how that works. Yeah. But yeah, if your phenomenon is like mostly passive stuff with a couple things you need to keep track of, then I think it's okay to not have an end condition on it. Ones that are more involved, like this one, should have like something that makes them end naturally, rather than being discarded by another phenomenon. And yeah, there are a couple of promotional phenomenons for Dark Beyond that I can show, which are very silly. Just to show that you can make things a bit sillier. Yeah, so this one. All players choose an environment as if they were God. Do this in turn order, starting from the current God. Those environments are now in play as extra environments. At the start of your turn, choose one environment of all currently active to take effect for the turn. When this phenomenon ceases, discard all extra environments. Yeah, this one is very it's like pretty involved. It's very simple when you think about it in terms of what it actually does. What this basically just means is that you choose an environment at the start of your turn to take place out of the like the 3 to like 5 that are going to be in play. But it's involved because a lot of environments being in play at once means you have a lot to keep track of, even though they don't all take place at once. It's just for the safety of it. That's why it's a promotional card. And there's also the I need to remake this one to look a bit nicer, because the text box of this is very strange. This one, Crisis on Infinite Earths, is also promotional because this one involves other games of God game. It's very, very good, very stupid. If there is another game of God game ongoing that you're aware of, at the start of your turn, swap one card in your hand with a card in the hand of the currently active player in the other game of God game. If there is not another game of God game ongoing you're aware of, at the start of the chapter, in place of choosing an environment from the environment deck, instead choose one from the environment discard from a previous game of God game. Yeah, I mean, that's why this is a promotional card. I guess that's something I should briefly touch on. Promotional cards are not necessarily exempt from bouncing, but we think about it a little less because we don't always shuffle promotional cards in. It's okay if promotional cards are a little bit sillier. Those aren't always shuffled in. You can kind of pick and choose. So it's all good. Let me just close these phenomena. And I think, oh, so I don't have any examples of this because showstoppers are not in Auburn Cell. However, there are, if you want to make a phenomenon with a showstopper, it pretty much just works how you would think it would, where at the start of your turn, you, like the regular effect of the showstopper would be active for the turn, but you can also choose to trigger the phenomenon, like the phenomenon's showstopper, and end your turn. It just works how you would assume it would, which, you know, makes sense. Yeah. So does anyone have any phenomenon questions before I move on to bosses? Do I need to, like, my legs have been crossed the whole time and they're getting really dead. Ow, ow, ow. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. Wait, no, I'm not. I need to, like, stretch my leg real quick. Hold on. How about designing phenomenon removal? So, like, deciding what sort of thing, like, if you're designing a phenomenon that has a self-removal effect, what kind of effects that should be. I think in a lot of cases it depends on the card itself. However, I think a very reliable method for that sort of thing, and let me just reopen this one, is counters. So then you can sort of hard cap how many turns it's going to be in, like how many chapters it's available to be in play, or how many turns. That's a very reliable method to do it, and I think probably one of the ones that people should use the most. You could also theoretically have something like a character can use an action to remove this phenomenon, or like 3 characters can use an action, or your whole field can use an action to remove this phenomenon. Or you could have something like the phenomenon is considered to have like 5 HP, and you can attack it to discard it. Or, you know, something like you can pay 5 coins to discard this. Probably not 5, because that's pretty low for a lasting effect like that. But, you know, there's a lot of ways you could go about it. I think typically I would probably say use the counter method, just because it's 1, easy to keep track of, and 2, you know, does what it does. I meant deciding non-phenomenon cards that remove phenomenon. That's a good question. So there are a couple. I think there's like 1 or 2 champions or explore cards or something that. Right. So this character card, the Visitor. 1 HP, 6 damage, Swift. If this card would kill a target with its attack, instead leave the target at 1 HP, don't initiate a counterattack, and you may discard any currently active phenomenon. I think phenomenon removal should typically use an action. Like, it should be, for one, it should be pretty rare, because just straight up removing a phenomenon is a very good effect for a card to have. It should be rare. But also, it should either use an action, or like the card itself, like that the character should use counters to remove phenomenons, or like very rarely I would say there are certain ones that could be like at the start of the chapter, remove any phenomenons in play, or you may remove any phenomenons in play. Yeah, I think a lot of the time it's up to your own judgment. It depends on the tier of card, it depends on what you kind of want to do with it. But typically, phenomenon removal should be rare on non-phenomenon cards. Not like something that doesn't exist on cards, but like rare, you know? Like uncommon. I guess those don't mean the same thing. But yeah, you get what I mean, right? I hope that makes sense. Oh dear. Well, we're talking about boss cards now. This is probably going to be the one I have the most trouble with describing properly, I think. Because I'm not actually... I'm okay at designing bosses. I think Phi and Thox are a lot better at designing bosses than I am. I'm okay at designing bosses. I've gotten a lot better recently, especially. I think the one I made for Dark Beyond is very good. So let me open up a couple of examples, including the original boss. I gotta show that one. Let's see. I should probably show this one. And then Delta. There's a lot of good ones in Delta. Gotta show Mewtwo. Gus. Neville. Has anyone... I've never seen anyone talk about this card, like at all, in the God Game chat. I've never seen anyone talk about this. Has this ever happened? Has this ever happened to anyone? Has this gone off for anyone at all? Never lost any games away in the Royal Rumble? No way. I was asleep for that. And I'll open the boss I made for Dark Beyond too. The one boss I added there. So bosses are a lot different from other types of explore cards, but they do have the similarity that when you draw it, it has to come into play. These cards only show up in Chapter 4 typically, but you are, at your own discretion, free to shuffle them in earlier if you'd like to, or later if you don't want to play with them until later. They have HP like character cards. They do not have a damage stat like character cards. They have a VP stat, which basically is just the amount of victory points that they give you once they die. And only the player who killed the card gets VP. So that's a little tough to design around sometimes. But I'll talk a little bit more about that when I talk about kind of the design stuff. Bosses should be threatening, and Jevil is kind of an exceptional example of that. He's very threatening. He's one that I don't think it matters who gets the VP. I think you would, because of his battle cry, you want to get this card out of play as soon as possible. I've been house ruling that they just spent like 10%-ish when hit and then half unkilled, but designing with that in mind. Yeah, I think a good way to do it, and I'm going to talk about this a bit more once I talk about it. What's this kind of statuses, right? Typically, I would say no. Just because most statuses don't really make sense on bosses at all. Like, theoretically, yes, but it's something that kind of is weird and gimmicky. So a lot of the time, like, when I write cards that are like, oh, when this deals damage, give this status to the damaged card, that wouldn't, like, I wouldn't say that really does anything for bosses, because that doesn't, like... Yeah, I feel like Fearsome Daunting could work, Tough could work, Oblivious could work, but at the same time, I feel like you shouldn't be designing bosses with to have statuses in mind. Like, we don't really do that, you know? Any bosses that have a status, there's Doc Scratch, who has a status that doesn't do anything because it's a flavor thing. If you remember. You've seen the status card for the status that Lord English has. That card is exceptional in a lot of ways. The Lord English card has never been seen by anyone other than like me and Socks and Fi. That one's an exception, you know? It shouldn't... That card has its own custom special status that does something. And that really shouldn't be something you do with other cards. You know? Let the scary cards be scary. You don't gotta do that with other things. But yeah, bosses should be disruptive. But they shouldn't be disruptive to the point where it's like, oh, I hate this card. I don't want to play with this card. Jevil is annoying, and he's probably the... Like, Jevil is an annoying boss to play with, but he also has upsides. Notably, rolling a 2, and to some extent a 3, isn't that bad. 4 is kind of scary because it triggers the battle cry again. And theoretically 1 isn't that bad, but this is a boss that encourages you to kind of attack it and engage with it in a way that's like, oh, this is a scary card. A lot of bosses that we write nowadays are ones that encourage you to attack it and engage with it because you get rewarded for doing so in ways that aren't just the VP. But that's why this one has such high VP, whereas most bosses we write don't really. Like 25 VP is like high tier for a boss, you know, like upper tier. You shouldn't really be giving bosses much more VP than that, and if you give bosses that much or near that much in the first place, they better have like good HP. You know what I mean? Like high HP to make it not easy to get them. That's why this card has 48. This card doesn't give any VP because this card is a joke. If you kill this card, I guess you prevent the effect that players can't be damaged. But you're an asshole if you kill him. Just apologize to him. Say you're sorry. But yeah, this one is a joke. It only matters if someone doesn't apologize. Well, whenever everyone apologizes, this card leaves play no matter what. That's what I'm saying. Like this card has 50 HP. You shouldn't be wasting your time killing this card when you can just apologize to get rid of it. This one, I know I just said 25 high. This one has a lot more because of how this one works. This one very much incentivizes attacking it. Yeah, it's incremental. You get VP for attacking it. And it does encourage you to engage with it. Because if you don't, then you lose a card. And, you know, you have to pay attention to this, but it doesn't completely dominate the game. Like, you can just attack Mewtwo on your turn, and then just, like, ignore it for the rest of the turn if you want to. You're, like... That's, like, something you can totally do. Whereas Jevil, you can't really ignore that. Yeah, this one is one a lot of the time. This is the type of one of the boss types that you want to keep in play for a while. Like a lot of the time, you only really want to get rid of this if it's like majorly benefiting your opponent versus yourself. This one is a boss that like benefits everyone to stay in play. The only reason to really kill or attack this at all Well, you can attack it to heal, which is very, very, very good. And you can also attack it for the VP, which is still good. Yeah, bosses shouldn't really have effects that are like, oh, whenever this happens, every time, blah, blah, blah. They should typically only be like, in my opinion at least, it should typically be like, when a card attacks this, do this. And like, at the start of the turn, at the end of the turn, start of the chapter, end of the chapter. It's just like it's just additional maintenance. It's not too huge of a deal. You shouldn't have to be like oh, this at the it shouldn't be stuff like, oh, at the start of every turn, you know, every player flips a coin for each card on the field. Like that's just, like, you know, that's just gonna be like nobody's gonna like playing with that. Nobody's gonna like playing with that. Yeah, so here's the one boss card that I wrote for the Dark Beyond. At the end of the chapter, roll 1d4 and add it to the chapter number. Deal that much damage to all characters in play. So this is a very simple one. It just sits there mostly. What do you mean? What do you mean, how much is that much? Roll 1d4 and add it to the chapter number. Deal that much damage to all characters in play. It says add it. I feel like there's, yeah, I feel like there's no real like way to misinterpret that. But yeah, this one kind of just sits there, which is why it has low VP relatively, and low HP relatively. It only really comes into play at the end of the chapter, and obviously in the later game this is a lot more scary. Like if you draw this even in chapter 4 and roll a 4, every character is taking 8 damage at the end of the chapter. So you do want to get rid of this. This card does one of the things that I like certain boss cards doing, which is the death rattle affects all players and rewards all players. One thing I really like doing with boss cards is the player who killed the card gets the card's VP, but all other players gets, like, including the player who killed it, gets something. And that's not necessarily something you should always do on boss cards. Like we've already looked at, there's a lot of good bosses that don't do that. But I really like rewarding all players for bosses, personally, for the ones I write. And I think in a lot of cases, yeah, it encourages killing it, even if you're not the one who is the one who kills it. So yeah, so the death rattle on this one is give a card on all players that fields 3 charge, and a different card 3 shield. All players gain 5 VP. Yeah, so this one's very simple, simpler than a lot of others. I think that's the key word of the day, really, is simple. You want to make your bosses you basically want to make your bosses phenomenons with health bars. And like a death rattle, if they maybe a battle cry. Yeah, just, you know, don't complicate things. Don't overly complicate things. And like I've been saying over and over, long text isn't bad. it's just how you present it. Like this fills basically the entire text box. It's very clear in what it does. It doesn't like, you know, do you get what I mean? Like it's not wasting space. It's not wasting the player's time. It uses a lot of words, but it's telling you exactly what it does very clearly. You just need to keep it simple. But again, simple doesn't mean short. It just means making it easily understandable. Now, are people more likely to want to play with your card if it has shorter text? I feel like that depends on who you're playing with, but typically, unfortunately, people look at cards with longer text and think, oh, this is going to be really stupid. I feel like that's a little unfair, but I also get why people think that, because there is a lot of precedent for that in previously made cards for the streams. So like cards I've written for Chaos Rising have a lot of text, but don't really feel like they should. And certain carnival cards like fill the text box, you know, but don't really feel like they should. Yeah. I think it helps that we don't send as many cards to house to go anyway. Yeah, it's just, you know, give longer cards a chance, especially ones made more recently. Like a lot of people, you know, making custom cards, writing longer cards. You probably want to like long does not mean bad. Badly written means bad. A card can be like 2 sentences long, and if it's written like shit, I'm not gonna want to play with it. Or if it's like got a shitty effect, I'm not gonna want to play with it. The wording and stuff matters basically, and I'm gonna get into all the wording stuff a bit later once we're done going over the card types. I think that's probably how I should do it. So bosses can have showstoppers, and they work just again same as how a phenomenon or an environment with a showstopper would work, where you can choose to do it at the start of your turn. That's just pretty simple, you know. Not from the not doing a really long card or only the real sheet is actually a pretty good thing. I'm just reflecting the moments of value for the just yeah. I feel like my main advice on that is just like, if your card is long enough to need a real sheet, a lot of the time you might just want to make multiple cards that split those effects off. If people complain about a card that like just fills the normal text box up though, they're not seeing the light of heaven. They need to just learn to deal with it. If it's just the normal fucking text box, you gotta deal with it, alright? That's my opinion on that. I think you can have bosses that summon other cards too. That's something I didn't really talk about with any other thing. You can't, like, this summons another boss. This is a 5 HP 0 VP boss, which has the effect only gimmick cards can be played. Now, obviously, you'll want to going to want to get rid of this immediately. Because you don't want to only be playing gimmick cards, because this card doesn't actually give you a way to draw gimmick cards reliably. However, once you do, neverlossesy.com enters the Explore deck. So you have a chance at drawing this from then on. And you might wish you stayed with Neville Papperman. This one is a bit more of like a the devil you know type card. Like, are you willing to risk staying with Neville so you don't have to deal with Nevillosity? Those, you should typically design bosses to be one thing rather than summoning multiple things, but stuff like this is pretty fun too. This one flips things that aren't gimmick cards, but does give you ways to get more. And obviously, gimmick is misspelled on Nevillosity. Oh shit, huh. Why did nobody notice that in the like 6 months we've had Thrill House up and tell me? You guys are supposed to be playing with like every card. Yeah, so there were typos on certain cards, and that's because I had to make like 800 cards in like 3 weeks. Sometimes it happens. And that's why you gotta triple check. You gotta triple check your cards. You gotta get other people to check your cards, so they don't see, so they can see if there are any typos or anything. Sometimes they slip past. Unfortunately, that's how it is. Just make sure you try and triple check. I need to fix that. But I don't know. I think that's. Is there anything else I would need to go over for bosses? Does anyone else have any boss questions? I've already mentioned like VP values and HP values, like that you should usually keep those like lowish, because I think people usually like bosses more when you can kind of get rid of them pretty easily. But don't count that as like a hard rule. Oh, I think it is also possible to use like bosses as a sort of utility type card. Like a boss that doesn't necessarily reward you much for attacking it, but has some other passive effect, so you might want to keep it in play. However, most of the time, those cards should probably just be phenomenons. Bosses should typically reward you for attacking them, you know? The one big exception that I'm thinking of right now is this card, Ben from Barnyard, which is a boss that protects you from other bosses. The visual here is so fun. Him just like fucking like swinging them into like fences and stuff. Like fucking beating down like Omega Flower. Yeah, this one is like one of the rare like I said utility bosses, where it protects you from other bosses, and once it finally dies, all VP that it's accumulated like is divided evenly to everyone playing. Yeah, I think cards like this should be infrequent. Most bosses should just play the thing, like play being a boss typically. You shouldn't, like, most of the time you should draw, if you're drawing a boss, it should behave how you expect a boss to behave, which is disruptive but rewarding. You don't want to be like, most of the time you don't really want to be worrying about like, oh, a boss that does something completely different, you know, like, I guess I can't really think of any examples off the top of my head, but yeah. Does anyone else have any boss questions before I move on? Excuse me. I'm gonna do environment cards next. It doesn't seem like we have any, so I will move on to environment cards. Environments, you choose these at the start of the chapter, and it's basically just like a rules card that alters like how you play the game for the chapter only. And typically, there is only one environment in play at a time. However, there are certain exceptions to that, which I will get into a little bit more later. But typically there's only going to be one environment in play at a time, and you're going to be stuck with that environment for the whole chapter. So let me open some example cards. And I'm going to be opening... Oh, thank you for the 15-month service, Laugh. I'm going to be opening a variety of cards that have a variety of effects, including certain ones that only interact with like very specific things, just to show like the kind of thing that you shouldn't write sometimes. Hold on. I'm gonna open like a couple from each base set, and then like some from Dark Beyond again, because Dark Beyond has some really good ones that I really like. Environments I have a lot to talk about, I think, like in terms of design, so I'm opening like a good amount of them. I'll open more as we go on, I think, but yeah, these are things you have to use. Like, environments are like upkeep stuff, so you want to make environments as easy to follow as possible. Do you get what I mean? So like, this one, when a card reaches 0 HP, it's flipped. So instead of being discarded, you flip it over. And at the end of the chapter, all of the cards are discarded. This one isn't much upkeep on the turn level. It's mostly just when a card would be killed. In most cases, that's... This one, like... There's a couple sort of ways you want to design environments around. There are good early game environments, there are good late game environments, and then there are environments that are kind of good whenever. And then there's like other ones that don't really fit into any of those categories, but we'll kind of get to those when we get to... What is that quote from? The quote is from Fallen Kingdom. Like, the song Fallen Kingdom, which is what this card is. I guess you wouldn't have, like, heard it. Never heard of it, gonna go lose my mind over it later. Well, yeah. I think, yeah, typically you only really want to be worrying about environments either at the start or end of a turn or during the turn. You don't usually want to be doing more than 2 of those. Like I think environment should be like start of turn, during turn, start of turn, end of turn, or during turn, end of turn, or all like one of 3. Usually not all 3. You don't usually want to be like dealing with that much upkeep. So this, like, a lot of the early God game environments, we make like literally like 1 or 2 sentences. There are certain exceptions to that, but a lot like at the start of like when the census play, all players draw 3 monkeys. So then you do that once, it's done. You don't need to worry about that anymore. Then at the start of your turn, all players draw a monkey. So you know, it's just simple. You don't need to worry about anything. That's the typical like the way I like to write environments is like either something like 1 sentence, like when you do this, or start a turn, end a turn, during turn. Those are like the major kind of things I like. There are other types that like change the way you play. So this one kind of changes the way you play for the chapter, and I think those are very fun. These should be a little bit more rare. You typically want ones that like give you a lot of autonomy. But I think it's okay to have environments that you could maybe call bad in quotes, because unlike every other type of card, you get a choice of environments to play, if you get what I mean. Like at the start of your chapter, you choose you choose from 3. So if you draw a bad one, you can play one of the other ones. If you draw 3 bad ones, that's just bad luck. But I like environments because you have a lot of control over them, you know? Most of the time they're not coming into play unless you choose to play them. And you can choose to get rid of one if you don't want to play that one. You can put it at the bottom of the deck. But I think typically, you know, you should design your environments around the idea that people might actually want to play them. Environments are something that I know people struggle with a bit. But this one is a little bit of, this one changes the way you play, but it's not a lot of upkeep. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can only play the rightmost card in your hand, you can't reorganize your hand, and cards can act to explore to their damage stat, equal to their damage stat. But you don't need to worry about like, oh, at the start of your turn do this, at the end of your turn do this. It's just that. All you need to worry about is the cards in your hand, really. That's all. That's the only thing. Like, it doesn't affect anything on the field at all, other than cards can act to explore equal to their damage. Man, this card is funny. It's silly. And I have mentioned there can be environments that are just bad. Panera Bread, for example, is like that's the big example in my head of like, you only play like, you play this if you want to like fucking piss people off. And it's also like a trap for Sheen, for example, which gets your environment in play. Yeah, it's bad for everyone. If you get this in play, it's not just fucking you over. It's fucking everyone over. Like everyone benefits. That's the main thing that should be important with environments. Everyone benefits. Everyone gets the downsides. With very few exceptions, that should be the case. I know there are certain environments that make it so God gets a different benefit or downside from players who aren't God. Those should be typically like rare. But there are some very fun environments that interact that way. Most of the time, though, they should affect all players equally. In my opinion, at least, you shouldn't be writing environments that are like, oh, God draws like 10 explore cards at the start of their turn, and like all of the players discard an explore card at the start of their turn. You know, even when cards like that do exist, it should still give like treat them equally, even if they're treated, even if they don't get the same effects. You know what I mean? Oh, that does remind me of a card that I wrote for Delta that I can open for an example for that. No, where is it? Wait, no, not for Delta, sorry. For... Gamma? Gamma, yeah. Yeah, so The Office. This one is one that has a different effect depending on when you play it. When your turn is in the turn order. So God gets the first effect and the last effect, no matter what. So you can kind of choose, like, there's a lot of strategic value to choosing an environment, especially because if you're God, you get the effect twice. So if you don't really plan on spending coins during the chapter, Panera Bread might be a good pick for you, because everyone else might be planning on spending coins, whereas you might already have a good field and you don't care about that. And then The Office, if, like I said, if you're God, you're always going to get the first effect, you're always going to get the last effect. So the main thing is, you want to think about if you're okay with the other players getting those effects. And they're not necessarily particularly strong effects or anything. Like, the strongest is probably turn 2, which is to give a card speed. But mostly, you know, it's just like, do you think that stuff is worth playing this for? I think that should be the crux of like environments that affect players unevenly. It should be like, you get a benefit, they get a benefit, someone else gets a benefit, you get a downside, someone else gets a downside. It should be like even if it's not equal. If that wording makes sense, you know? Cards that have big downsides, for example, Baldi's Schoolhouse, which deletes all active characters at the end of the chapter. When it leaves play, should have things that have big downsides should have big upsides, typically. So this one lets you get 1d6 victory cards, and your cards can act to draw victory cards. So, you know, there is reason to play this one. There is reason to play this one. And again, another big downside, big upside one. Yeah, you lose cards over time. The longer you take during this one. But it rewards you very largely if you don't plan on taking a very long time during your turn. You know? You can just kind of take, like, do whatever you want, take it easy. Environments, yeah, typically should, like I've been repeating and stressing, they should affect all players evenly. This one affects the way everyone interacts with the game. Dagobah is a very infamous one. This is the only one that still is really only downside. Seuss Landing and Quiet Room are like mostly opt-in now. You get a reward if you participate. And I think that's typically how it should be with ones that affect stuff like this. So let me open Seuss Landing and Quiet Room for comparison. Yeah, so you get rewarded for participating. The image for Quiet Room, that has a story behind it, but we're not getting into it. Just that it was a whole thing in the group DM. It's fine. But yeah, it's opt-in. And I think that's also true of Dagobah, because again, someone does need to choose to play this. Some of you have not seen this. You really haven't seen this card? And the picture? Me neither. Blue, you haven't fucking played God Game. You have not played God Game, so that's why you haven't seen it. Yeah, so anything that changes the way you like talk or how you play the game should typically have an upside to it. This one doesn't, and that's the exception, and I think it's funny. Dagobah can't be the first God Game card environment ever written. Like, this is a Gamma card. It can't have been. It had to have been an alpha or a beta card, can't it? Or mustn't it have been? I know, like, technically alpha and beta are, like, designations that are added on a bit later. Like, not when I started working on the game, but, before that, but after the game had already been made. Or maybe not. I don't know the exact of it, but I know they do typically correspond to when they were written. Really seeing the picture with rule cards and tell you in war. Oh, okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, I misread what you said a little bit. I thought you meant like for God Game as it is now, or as it was when it was in Tabletop Sim before. And I guess it probably was still a very early card at the very least, yeah. But yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, like it's like an OG card. That's the main thing with environments though, yeah. You wanna keep things simple, and when they're not simple, keep them to only doing one non-simple thing, you know? Like, if something does something that's complex, that should be the only thing it does. It shouldn't do, like, more than one complex thing. Or maybe even, like a complex thing and, like, 3 simple things. It should be, like, a complex thing and then maybe 1 simple thing. I guess I'm gonna have to talk about this card because people are gonna get mad at me if I don't talk about it. Don't write cards that are like this. Don't make more Gasters. Gaster is Gaster. We don't need more of this. You know? Gaster exists as it is for a reason. you don't want to make, like, yeah, if there's more cards that do things, if there's a lot of cards that do things that other things do, that are supposed to be sort of one of a kind special effects in a way, then it kind of takes away the uniqueness of them. That's why we've never done anything like this again, because there's just no reason to. It's just kind of like unnecessary more than anything else. Like, you're free to make scary cards, but you want to be sparing about them, especially with environments. You shouldn't make something like... You probably... I guess this is true of... I guess I didn't really talk about this with Explore cards. You probably shouldn't make cards that are like, oh, summon like shuffle 20 Gasters into the Explore deck. If you do, that's probably gonna go in hell. You know, it's just like... I feel like typically cards that force a special effect that aren't like part of the, in quotes, chain of cards that would do so, kind of make things a bit less fun and interesting, in my opinion. Like if someone, for example, made a card that says like an environment that's like, oh, like Springfield Elementary School, and it's like, oh, summon, like at the start of your turn, so like draw 1 Millhouse, and then like it also has the text, battle cries don't trigger in this environment. You know, it's like forcing the thing. You want to let things happen organically, because I think it's a lot more fun and special when they happen that way. When something cool happens, it happens because it's meant to happen, not because there's a card that's like, oh, you know, like draw like 1d8 white shards from any deck. Sorry, Pyro. Yeah, that's typically how you want to handle special stuff, though. You don't want to be forceful about it. So I'm gonna open a couple more environments, especially like Delta ones and Dark Beyond ones, to show kind of the more, in quotes, modern way we kind of write things now. Because obviously the Thrill House base set Alpha Beta Gamma cards still do what you would like written in like a modern way, but there's still kind of like older effects. So I kind of want to show a couple more modern ones that were written in modern era too, you know? So let me open a couple from Delta and Dark Beyond. What would be some good ones to show off? Yeah, I think these are pretty good. Oh, and I should get a RuneScape one too, because Fi's RuneScape environments are very good. Yeah, so something that I like to do in my environments nowadays is things that lets you do something for a certain amount of coins. That's something I've done a lot with ones in Dark Beyond, and you know, certain other kinds of environments. Hold on, let me open some from Dark Beyond real quick. Yeah, I think I like doing things that interact with things that you do a lot during a turn, or are able to do a lot during your turn. So this one, just when you draw from any deck, you can instead draw from any gimmick deck. It's things that oh, right. I guess I should very quickly go over that. If you're making a card that is if you're making a new gimmick deck, you probably want to make an environment that interacts with them somehow. Like an environment that's like like movie theater for Doge, but for your new gimmick deck. You know? You should probably make something like that so people can see it. Because if it's any gimmick deck, that does include your new one, but it also includes like the Doge deck, the Duck deck, and when they're in, like the Jonesy deck and the Rick deck. And so people aren't always going to want to choose a specific deck. So having things that force the issue and you know exist specifically for certain decks, I think helps a lot in encouraging variety for gimmick decks. It's also just never a bad environment to pull. Like, let me open up Movie Theater for Doge, and then its counterpart from Dark Beyond, which I believe is either Fort Jonesy. It's the Joneses. Okay, so was Movie Theater for Doge? For Pokemon the first movie. Yeah, so this is one that I'm never like upset to have the option of pulling. I'm never gonna draw a Movie Theater Pokemon for Pokemon the first movie or the Joneses and think like, oh, this is something I'm probably not gonna want to play this chapter. It's always one I'm considering putting in play, which I think should be the ultimate goal of a lot of environments. Like typically you should, like, when it's drawn, people should think, oh, this is cool, I should think about putting this in play, and not like, oh, this is pretty alright, maybe, like, I mean, that's still good, but you want people to be conflicted on what to put into play. I think that's the best case scenario, that people don't know what to play. Because they're all so good, you know? Yeah, I like interacting with gimmick decks. I like interacting with coins. In environments similarly to phenomenons. Just in general, a lot of my environment advice, also phenomenon advice, also applies to environments where you want it to be something that is fun to stick around for a bit, because it's going to be in play for at least a full chapter typically. But you should also be fine with it not being in play for like more than that, because typically it's not going to be. It should be something that has an impact for each player, and it should like have a tangible effect on the game. I know that sounds like really obvious, like that just sounds like it should be what you should do anyway, but like it's something that you really have to kind of instill. Like you should be able to look at like a game of GODGAME and look back at like the environment discard and think like oh, this is the chapter where, you know, where this happened, or where that player, you know, drew this card. It should be something that's memorable for the players playing. And should give it should change the game in a way that other cards don't. Again, just really obvious stuff, but stuff that like you kind of need to like drill in. And again, you may is your best friend. Like, you may do this. Do this. If you do, you may do this. It's like seriously just like the best way to word a lot of effects on these. So like this one, which I wrote for base set Delta, which I'm really happy with. Up to thrice during your turn, you may take 3 damage. If you do, gain 3 coins and draw a victory card. Yeah, so if you're feeling very risque, you can do that and take 9 damage during your turn. And if you're God, you can theoretically take like 18 damage during this environment. If you feel like that's something you want to do, you know? I like giving people the option. Like, oh god. This one is kind of awful, but in a funny way, so it's alright. Yeah, so this one is a good example of what I talked about earlier. Like I said, 5's RuneScape cards are very good examples of like environments that have like multiple simple effects that aren't hard to keep track of. Because the first effect, at the start of every turn, the active player rolls 1d6 and collects that many coins. That's something you have to do. That's an effect that's an upkeep effect. That's all well and good. The other 2 effects are optional. Those are you may, or your cards may. So it's not adding more to keep track of unless you want it to. That's the best kind of environment, I think. Stuff that you like, something that you have to keep track of, and then maybe some stuff that you don't. Let me open. Yeah, so this one for Dark Beyond, which is one of my favorite environments I've like ever written. Like I would say like this is one of the like gold standard environments, genuinely. As often as you like during your turn, you may pay 1 coin to play an extra explore card during your turn. Whenever you do so, the price increases by 1 coin for the remainder of the turn. So this is something you're going to have to keep track of. Because whenever you do it, obviously it gets more expensive. You're going to have to keep track of how many explore cards you played. That's not too bad. You could probably just place like a coin or coins on LexCorp itself to show the price of doing it. It's rewarding. I think encouraging specific types of gameplay is what environments should do. That seems like, I don't know if that makes total sense, but so for example, this card, Slurpy Swamp, each time a card activates a battle cry burst, showstopper, habitat, or death rattle, give a different card on the same field 1d6 shield. So this is encouraging very defensive play. You know what I mean? Like, each environment should have a specific purpose for the style of play it's trying to encourage. And you should be willing to engage with that style of play if you're going to play an environment. And I think that's pretty much everything that makes sense, right? That's pretty much everything I need to go over with environments. Mostly just like design them similar to how you would design phenomenons, but with the knowledge that they're going to leave play compared to phenomenons which might not. You know, just do what use your better judgment for the most part. That's silly. Does anyone have any questions about environment design? that, you know, you might need answering. Real quick also, while anyone does get any environment related questions in, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Hold on. Hello, I'm back. Didn't realize that this would be today and was asleep for most of this so far. There are very useful water bill. Yeah, I kind of just decided to do it today. I probably would have given more of an advance warning if I knew. So apologies for that, but yeah, the VOD will be up. I'll definitely be putting the VOD up on my YouTube, you know, within the next, like, probably tomorrow. Okay, so it doesn't seem like anyone has any more questions on environments right now, so I will move on. So, we are now finally at character cards, which I imagine is what a lot of people have been hoping to see. So there are 3 types, technically 4, but for this, well, 5 technically really, but for the sake of simplicity here, there are 3 types of character cards. Basic, skilled, and champion. Now, each of those cards types has different values from the shop. Each of those cards has different typical statistics, and they have different typical sort of values of their effects. So I'm going to start with basic cards because, I mean, why wouldn't I? Let me open some example cards. Though a lot of this is going to apply to any type of card because I'm going to be talking just about the general writing design process too. So I will open some alpha, well, I'll open some Thrill House cards and some others. I almost just opened Lego Pig and Reuben. We don't need both of those fucking things. Beta, basic. Gamma basic. Delta. I need to open some particular ones too, to show the kind of level of power that's acceptable. I know I mentioned earlier about balancing of cards not being necessarily the most important thing. And obviously it is important, just not necessarily the most important thing because of how many cards there are in the game. So I'll just look at these base set ones for now, and then we can look at some ones from later expansions afterwards. So basic cards typically should not have higher stats than like totaling up to around like 5 or 6. Like, and even like, you know, it depends on the card, of course, but a high-end basic card typically I would say is like if a basic card has 3 HP and 3 damage, I would say that's a very good basic card, you know. And there are a scant few with even higher than that. You shouldn't typically be giving basic cards like stats higher than 3 most of the time. And obviously it depends on other stuff like statuses and whatnot, but like typically you want cards to be, basic cards should have low stats because they're supposed to be the kind of like grunt cards, not necessarily disposable, but ones that, you know, you put into play and you expect them to not last very long because they're basic cards. The effects typically aren't very strong, though there are exceptions to that, obviously, as there is with everything. Whoops. Yeah, like all of these cards basically have very similar stat lines. Whoops. The highest stat on any of these is 4. Yeah, effects-wise, they should be very simple. Like, this gets you a consumable that heals like 2 HP. You know? This effect is a joke. Not necessarily saying that basics just typically have joke effects, because, you know, they're real cards as much as any and deserve to have real effects. Just the, you know, if a basic card has like good stats, then it can probably afford to have something like this. And then like another good rule of thumb, though you don't really have to abide like this, is that if a card has high HP or if a card has high damage, it should like a lot of the time we tend to give it lower in the other value, especially for basic cards. Like, we don't typically have basic cards that have like matching stats in any degree, unless it's like a 1-1 or maybe a 2-2. We usually go like 3-1 or 1-3 or 4-1 or like 1-2. Yeah, if you want a basic card with a higher stat total than 5, for whatever reason, you probably want it to have a serious downside. For example, Blackjack Squarepants, which is a 9 HP, 9 damage basic card with power, that when it acts, you lose 14 HP. It's very, very, very strong, but there's a very big downside to it. Same with Millhouse is also sort of a joke, so he doesn't really apply to the typical rules of these, but the Millhouse card is 8 HP, 8 damage, and it doesn't, like, you can't play it normally, because normally when you play it, the battle cry triggers, so it just gets shuffled back into the basic deck. You know, if you're gonna give a basic card high stat, there needs to be a good reason for it. Yeah, no, basic cards should typically have, like, no more than one status effect applied to them at a time. Like, there are obviously, again, exceptions, but we typically write them with, like, one effect, one status, a very simple effect, and just, you know, something you're not going to need to worry about for very long. Now, basic doesn't necessarily mean that it should be, like, underpowered, obviously, because there are some very strong basic cards for being basic cards. So, like, this one, Donkey Kong Jr., is a 3 HP, 3 damage card with power, and it can't gain or lose status conditions. Now, that's both an upside and a downside, because gaining them obviously means it can't get things like speed, it can't get things like taunt, which would be really good on a 3 HP, 3 damage basic card. But it also means it can't get things like spurring, or burned, or poisoned. This is like a very good, like, this is like a basic card that I would probably always buy if it was in the store, because it's 3 HP, 3 damage with power, and a pretty typically useful effect. Now, this card has very low stats. It's a 1 HP, 1 damage card. However, this card is repulsive, which means it can't be targeted. And it has a very, very powerful effect. First time chat is reacting to this card. Hi Starcastler, has this card vexed you in the past? Yes, this card is a very silly and powerful basic card. I think that's okay. Like I keep mentioning throughout the stream, because it's just good advice to instill in people, it's okay when certain cards are, like, very good comparatively to the type of card they are, or just very, like, just very, very good for God Game in general, if they're rare. There is only one Gex in the Explore deck, and there are very, very few ways to search the Explore deck and draw any card you want. Did I say Explore deck? I meant the basic deck. Yeah. I meant the basic deck. But yeah, there are very few ways to just search decks for whatever cards you want. So it's okay if certain cards are very powerful, because it's not often that you'll get them. It's, you know, just be careful about it. Don't just make something broken for, like, no reason. The reason this one is broken is because it's funny. But it's also a 1/1, you know? All you really need to get rid of this is like a Geo Pebble, or any other consumable that deals damage to a card, or anything that has power can target this card. The only issue with Gex is really an issue with infinite coin effects. Yeah, cards that give infinite coins are the real problem. Yeah, but you know, typically you want things simple, so this is another pretty powerful basic card. Like, pretty good HP, flight, and gives 1 shield to all the cards in your field. This is a very classic basic card. Just like, this doesn't have an effect. I would always buy this if it was in the store. Always. Unless, like, a better taunt card was in the store. That's one of the... I'm gonna get into statuses once I go over each card type. But that is something you're going to have to worry about, because it's a complicated sort of layered thing where you can't just give a card good stats and good statuses. Sometimes it needs to be one or the other. If you make something too good, then it's like, why is this not a skilled card? And I'm gonna open a couple of cards from the Dark Beyond also to show some of those. In particular, I'm probably gonna show certain ones with bursts, if I can help it. Well, this one doesn't have one, but I'm gonna need to go over every keyword too. This is gonna be a long stream. And like every status and every like counter type and stuff. This is gonna be a long fucking stream, man. Much appreciated stream there. Yeah, I'm glad people seem to be enjoying it. I know it's a little, like thrown together, because I didn't really plan this out much. Could be a multi-compartner, no pressure. Yeah, I would like to get it all done in one go, though, if I can help it. I don't want to go too long, though, because Will is doing his charity stream right now, and I really want to, like, get there for that before it ends. That's why we're not doing Danganronpa today, by the way, because Will is doing a charity stream. Yeah, if I knew this was gonna... If I knew Will was gonna be starting so early, I probably wouldn't have done this when I did, but that's alright. Let's bundle the VODs for this, and Mimo's star streams again with pin poses a lot of good. That's very true. Yeah, so basic cards that I write. Is there a big red jewel card? I don't think so. Mostly because a lot of the time we don't really make cards of just like random memes. I know that's something that's a lot more suited for like custom viewer cards. There is a red Infinity Stone though. That's the Reality Stone, yeah. But yeah, most of the time we don't make cards of just like whatever, like memes that are relevant. Hit us on the table. You're gonna have to ask Phoebe about that, not me. I didn't make that card, and I'm not gonna complain about that card because Phoebe made it and she likes it. And that's good enough for me. But yeah, so basic cards, the ones that I make especially typically, I usually make them, like I've been saying, like lower stats, simple effects, things that can affect... She doesn't like it? What do you mean Phoebe doesn't like... Phoebe doesn't like that card? She likes it because you hate it. That's true. That might be true, but it's good enough for me. Yeah, so whenever I give basic cards like written effects, like battle cries, death battles, or like abilities, which is the text-based effects, just one or two sentences. I go a bit longer with skill cards and champion cards. You'll typically never really see me make a basic card with like a full text box. There are some exceptions, but again, there's always exceptions. Like every skill card in Dark Beyond doesn't take up the text box. With like this one does mostly, but it has a burst. And that's why. Yeah, so Battlecry, play an explore card from your hand, it doesn't count towards your explore limit. That's pretty good. That could be a Battlecry on like a skilled card, or maybe even a champion. But I think sometimes it's good to give those kinds of effects. Like I said earlier, basic doesn't mean bad. Basic does not mean bad. It just means that it's cheaper, and it's like the utility of it is like different than skilled or champions. You buy them for different reasons, and you should be making them with that in mind. I have to bring a few things that dock up this stuff. Which document is that? Sorry, ask. Yeah, I think basic cards also. Basic cards are good. What's the word? They're a good like thing to target with other cards. If you know what I mean? Like if you're writing like a skilled or a champion card that's like, oh, card like cards, X cards on your field are Y. I think basic cards are like always a good target for that. And especially this I like to write certain environments to affect basic cards in that way. And I'm gonna try and find a good. I know there's a good example of this in Dark Beyond, but I can't remember which card it is. Yeah, so this one obviously affects basic gimmick and explore cards and differently to skilled and champions. I think that's also worth pointing out that it's fun to write cards that affect different types of cards in certain ways. Like not just gimmick cards. And I like effects, especially for basic cards, that help other cards on your field. So this one, The Thing, which is one of my favorite cards I wrote for Dark Beyond, this card doesn't do this, but cards that are adjacent to it inflict stunned after they attack. Yes, scalar basics are good. Cards that buff basics are good. Basics that like help other cards on your field are good. I think those are like kind of very good cards for that. Now those are the kind of cards you can do with anything, but you can't really do that with champion cards is the main thing. You can't really do like adjacent cards get this, because champions are only going to be adjacent to one card. Yeah, that's the main thing with basic cards. They should be useful, but not like game-changingly useful. Like, most of the time, obviously. Again, Gex does change the game in a pretty big way. But most cards that affect the game in bigger ways tend to be skilled or champion cards. Basic cards should affect like the turn or the chapter in an interesting way. They probably shouldn't have like overall like large effects for the game as a whole. Let's see. Let me see if there's some pretty good examples from this in the Dark Beyond, and I think there might be. How much HP and damage does this card have? Okay, well. Yeah, so this one is a good example of a scalar. a good scaler basic card. This card may share its slot with other Durant, and that's very specifically the Durant from this expansion. It has a little symbol there, which is something I've been trying to do more lately. In interactions with certain sets, it's always fun. And at the start of your turn, summon a Durant to this slot. At the end of your turn, discard a random card from any player's hand. So this one, obviously when you summon it, you can discard a random card from any player's hand at the end of your turn. And you get more of them over time. So this card is sort of one that doesn't immediately start out as a huge problem. But it could. It could be. And it will be if they don't kill it as soon as they can. I also did fix the wording on this one. Something that I've had trouble with wording a little bit as of late is cards that summon copies or have copies in some way, not like overly duplicating the effects of themselves. That's something you wanna worry about when you're writing cards that do stuff like that. You want to make sure that it works the way you intend it to. So for this card, I want it to work the way it's written right now, which is each Durant on your field has the discard effect once. You know? So it's only going to scale, it only scales so much. It doesn't scale exponentially. Whereas when I originally wrote this card, I wrote it as, at the end of your turn, discard a random card from any player's hand for each Durant on your field. It should be linear scaling, not exponential scaling. So if you have one Durant, it discards one card. If you have two Durants, each Durant discards two cards, which is not intentional. You gotta make sure you're writing it in a way that accounts for any discrepancies like that. You know, it's very easy to fall into that kind of pitfall. Now, if you're doing that on purpose, that's more than fine. There is a card that I don't know if I've showed this one. I was gonna show a card, but I don't know if I've ever shown it before. But it's a card that, when duplicated, it scales exponentially. Okay, apparently I did show this card. So I'm gonna just open it up real quick, and it's a very, very dumb one. We're kind of getting a little off track on the basic card train a little bit, but I think that's all right. We'll get back to that in a moment, but. Where's the... Right, so... yeah, so this is what I'm talking about with, exponential scaling. For every copy of this card in play, its damage is doubled. So each copy of this card would get the double damage in that way. So if you have a full field of this card, and it scales, it's not... It's doubling every time, you know what I mean? So if you have 2 copies of this card in play, this has 2 damage. If you have 3 copies of this card in play, each one has 4 damage. If you have 4 copies, each one has 8 damage. That's okay. That's okay though, because this card is in hell. Wait, this isn't a basic card. Oh, whatever. I don't care. I really don't care. But basically what I'm saying is, be careful about your scalers. You want to make sure they scale in the way you want them to scale, and not in a way that's completely broken. I'm gonna ruin everything. And yeah, this card can't self-duplicate is the main thing. But yeah, yeah, that's pretty much everything I need to go over with basic cards specifically. You really you want to give them one status at most, and a lot of the time you don't want to give them a status. You want them to have low stat, and you want them to have simple effects that don't affect the game dramatically. So let's now talk a little bit about skilled cards. unless anyone has any specific questions about basic cards before I move on. But otherwise, I'm going to open some skill cards in advance anyway. Let me just get some good examples of that. I'm going to get some good examples of across the scale for skill cards, because there are a lot of ones that aren't as strong statistically, but are very good in other ways. Definitely not on this one. Beta skill cards. Real quick about basics. What's up, Nemo? Just opening some skills up real quick. Let me get a couple more. Some Delta ones too. Probably going to be opening a lot for skill cards because there's a lot of good examples of skill cards in my opinion. A lot of good examples. Okay. I know showstoppers were already covered a bit and keep having about them. What would you say is a good power level for basic showstoppers, or like some general guideposts for designing for basics? That is a very good question, and I can't believe I didn't go over that. I didn't go over that. Alright, let me open some basic cards from Soul that I have that have showstoppers on them. Let's... there's gotta be more than this. Yeah, definitely are. I'm going to be opening a lot of cards with unique looking assets because I don't actually have that many cards from, what do you want to call it, like Soul. So I can't really, like most of the ones I've made have unique like backgrounds and stuff, so. If a card has basic stats but a lot of written text or complex abilities, should be one to skill list on that alone. I think that's something that you want to use your judgment on, but I will go into that a little bit with skill cards. So here's some basic cards that have showstoppers on them. So I think the power level of them can be very good or not so good, depending on, you know, what it is, but like obviously this one, basic card, heal 1 HP for each basic card on your field. This one, basic card, each player draws an explore card in turn order, you draw first. Give this card speed and give adjacent card swift. Flip a coin for each opposing card, if heads give the card frozen, if tails give the card burned. And then summon a copy of a non-champion card on an opposing field adjacent to this card and then give that copy taunt. So, I think those are all pretty simple effects. You know, none of them are very overly complex in any way. They're all like one sentence at most, or two. You know, something like you don't need to think about that much at all. The most powerful of these in terms of how much it does is probably Todoroki. Or Beta, because healing HP is kind of crazy. I think that it's okay to kind of err on the side of, you know, making them a little bit more powerful, because nobody's going to complain about having a more powerful showstopper or a more powerful basic card. I think if you're worried about making something too powerful for a basic card, then either scale it back a little bit or just kind of deal with it being okay. And if it's too good, then, you know, you can worry about like rebalancing it afterwards. Yeah, I think it's something that you shouldn't worry about like too much, because basic cards are allowed to be as good as other card types in certain areas, you know? Like, it doesn't... Again, basic doesn't mean worse, necessarily. Like, it... You know what I... Do you get what I mean? Like, each card is valuable in its own way. Sounds like so like platitudey when I say it, but you get what I mean, right? Like certain basic cards under the right circumstances can be as good as certain champion cards. I think that makes sense. So let me close these now, because I do want to talk about skilled cards a bit too. I hope that makes sense, Mimo. Whoops, I accidentally just dragged SpongeBob off of this. The examples have helped extras too. Okay, good. So, skilled cards, 5 coins each, are typically a bit more powerful than basic cards. The statistics wise, we usually go from like, you know, it sort of does depend on the card a lot more than with basic cards, because skilled cards can have a higher range of statistics, I think. But we usually don't go over 5 for any particular stat on a skill card. We sometimes we do, but a majority of the time, any given stat on a skill card should cap out at 5. With certain exceptions having a little higher. But there isn't like a minimum of a stat for a skill card. Like this card, SpongeBob, has 5 HP, which is the typical cap, but only 1 damage. Now, the reason for that is because this one's a scaler. It has speed, which does mean it can act multiple times in a turn. And it can act to heal any character in play equal to its damage. So this is one where you want it to have higher HP and lower damage when you're designing it, because you're designing it with the intention that it scales, you know? You want it to survive for a while because it's a healer, so you give it high HP. But it has low damage because if you just gave it high damage from the get-go, you know, that's just going to be like really good. So on the opposite end of things here is a 1 HP, 5 damage card. Now this is probably one of the best skill cards in the entire game. Like, no exaggeration. 5 damage is very good. I would even maybe say, like, most of the time, you should maybe cap your damage on cards to 4 for skill cards. 5 is genuinely... Like, higher damage is more powerful than higher HP. You know what I mean? Like, it's more valuable to have high damage than higher HP on a card. Because most of the time cards are going to be hitting things, and 5 damage is going to kill a majority of cards in the game that isn't a champion. So you really want to have a card that, like, you really want to typically give your cards not much more than like skill cards, low, like 5 or lower, not more than 5, and even 5 should be rare for skill cards. This is probably one of the best skill cards in the game though, because it's 1 HP, 5 damage, taunt. Now obviously the 5 damage is probably going to kill whatever it counterattacks no matter what. Well, depending on certain factors, but usually that's going to kill whatever it counterattacks. Now, this one also, when it counterattacks, deals its damage to all cards on that field. Now, this one is very, very powerful. The offset here is you can only do this once. That's why I balanced the card this way. This is like one of the best skill cards in the game. You can only use its effect once. I really like the balancing of it there. You get like one very high value play out of this card, and then it's gone. Typically. That's why I really like it. That's a lot. You have a lot more freedom for that sort of design with skill cards compared to basic cards, in my opinion. You can design cards for very high risk, high reward value plays. So it's a nullified instead of a range card? Well, no. Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Just, I guess the way I was thinking about it when I said no is that it wouldn't counterattack the range card, but it would counterattack all the others. No, I guess it just wouldn't counterattack. That mean, yeah, okay. So yeah. Now this one, it doesn't necessarily have low stats for a skill card, but it's somewhat unimpressive. Not that it's bad, just there are skill cards with much better stats than this, typically. But this one is a utility skill card, which I really like. Because it supports your other cards on the field. Now, unlike basic cards, which I would typically say that should only affect adjacent cards, if you're going to do something like this, or like 1 or 2 cards, you have a lot more leeway to affect your whole field with skill cards. Yeah, so like this one can give all cards on your field +2 damage for the turn. And it also completely disables champion cards, including yours, which is the downside. But that downside is necessary because this card would be like beyond like brain dead broken, like just stupid if it compared to like, oh, it's interestingly balanced, you know, if other players can't do champions at all. For a skilled card to do this when it also has the +2 damage effect. This is another 1/5. This is just like a standard attacker type card. You know, just one that does something for you and kind of sits there otherwise. That's something you don't really need to worry about a lot of the time. If you want to just make a card that like does damage and not much else, you're totally fine to do that. That's a totally valid way of balancing cards, and I think like some cards I really like do exactly that. Yeah, can we talk about what let's build a basic deck? That's by design. So, I guess, yeah. Let me open that card up. So this card, yeah, like I mentioned with Karkat, this card doesn't have amazing stats for a skill card. It's 3/3 with elusive, which isn't bad. No, by no means bad for a skill card. Just like not as good as certain other cards and what it could be. Now, this card has the unique utility of letting you discard a card from your hand at any time during your turn, and collect 2 coins, which does mean, because basic cards cost 2 coins, you can get whatever basic card you want. Now, this is where the problem with Gex comes in, but that's not Gex's fault, that's Walter White's fault, alright? Don't blame Gex for that, it's Walter's fault. But Walter is designed that way because it's funny, and Gex is designed that way because it's funny. You shouldn't design cards this way typically, though. You should design cards in a way that doesn't let you, like, get an entire deck discarded. Just typical advice, I guess. Just don't be stupid about how you design cards. Design them in a way that makes sense. Walter, like, having like a card like this, or like even like in like bigger expansions, like 6 or 7 cards that do something this stupid, all good. If you're gonna have like if you're making like a 400 card expansion, which is around the typical size of what we aim for nowadays, like, you know, give or take like 100 or like 50 or something. You should only, like, and if you're adding like 400 something cards and you have like 50 joke cards, you know, it's taken away from all the effect, like the real, like the cards with real proper effect, you know. Players said that sent Jeffy to hell because you played shortcutting. I don't know what shortcutting is. Yeah, I don't know what that means. But yeah, Jeffy, I'll talk about him a little bit when we get to champions. Yeah, so this card has like amazing stats for a skill card. Like, this is so good. But the effect only triggers with when you're attacked. Instead of playing out every sharp discard, do you know Melodic's discarded? Wait, what? What do you, sorry, I don't get it, sorry. Like, you're discarding all the decks at the end of every, wait, what? I don't know, but I guess, like, yeah, anyway. Here's a card that has very contentious balancing, because I didn't quite get how powerful it could be, and is, and was, and still is. So this is a card that can summon a duplicate of itself. So it essentially, this card has like 8 damage, sort of, which is like insane for a skill card. Now I'm not going to defend myself too much here, because it used to be even better, and I think 4/4 is still very, very fucking good. You skip to the end of every shotgun you had. Wait, but that's stupid. You need to put, like I get why you're doing it, but like, what if you don't want to discard everything? You want to discard a certain amount of things, or like search a certain amount of things. I don't know, just feels like I don't. I mean, I guess I still don't really quite get it, but I do get. I think I kind of get what you're saying. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like this card, it's very good. It also falls into the same thing of like, that's okay a lot of the time. I did overtune it a bit, which is again something that's a good lesson to learn. When you're having when you write an effect that essentially lets a card attack twice in a turn, you really need to make sure you're balancing the stats and the rest of the effects properly. Like, that's a lesson learned, you know? That it is what it is. Carly. This card... I have, like, thoughts on this one, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what the wording is on that, but I think this card is, like, a perfect card to show off. To show that cards don't need to be special. Like, I would never, like, this isn't going to be, like, a priority card to buy at any point, necessarily. But there's nothing wrong with this card. It's a 5/2 with no text. There's nothing wrong with this. You might not necessarily... Like, this might not be the card you need most of the time, but it's never going to be a card that you, like, actively really don't want, you know? Like if you buy a random basic card and get this, it's going to have value to you. You're going to be able to do damage with this. You're going to be able to put attachments on this. It's okay that it's okay for a card to not be special. Like, this card is just better than this. Luigi is just better than Undertale Cookie. It has the same HP, 1 higher damage, and it has a cool Ridden effect. That's okay. Cards don't need to be created equally in that way. This one is I would say, like, a very typical skilled card in a lot of ways. It can act normally with its 3 damage, attack normally with its 3 damage. It has 5 HP, which is a very respectable amount of HP for a skilled card. So just pretty good skilled card stats, like good typical skilled card stats. A little bit better than average, I would say. And then it has like a unique, fun utility effect that can make it deal different amounts of damage. It's a very typical skilled card. You know? There's a good example to pull from. I'll go through it to Kali at some point. The Matsuno cards are all very gimmicky. Which I think is like good. You can... Skill cards, like I said earlier, have a lot more avenue to be very strange and make you think a lot more about how you're going to play with them. Because those are the cards that kind of benefit from it the most. Like, they're 5 coins, so you can kind of reliably afford them during the mid game and the late game. And they typically have like decent stats to handle themselves too. So like dice rolling effects and coin flipping effects and like random effects. I think those are can work on basic cards. Definitely can work on basic cards. I think are a lot more suited to skill cards. And I think for dice, if you're using like basic cards, should probably only be really be using like coin flips and like 1d4 if they have to use a dice. Whereas skilled cards, you have more of a liberty to use like 1d6, 1d8. you know? Maybe even 1d10, depending on the card. I think that's how I would probably do that typically. So yeah, it was asked earlier about if a card has a pretty good effect and low and basic type stats, should it be basic or should it be skilled? So this is statistically a very weak basic card. It's a 3 HP 1 damage card, but the effect, letting you explore again, is pretty good. And you also get coins from it. From both times you explore, even. So I think this is fine as a skill card. It's not necessarily the most powerful or exciting skill card, but I would say it fits being a skill card. You know, it's like warranted. Like I wouldn't look at this in the store and be like, oh, why is this not a basic card? I would probably look at this card in the store and think, oh, I might buy this card because it lets me explore again. So like I said about, I mentioned the stats earlier. This one is a very high HP taunt card with low damage. Now that's okay because I think it still fits the typical mold of skill cards. Where its stats actually only total to about 9, which is a little bit higher than, like, around, like, a little bit higher than I would say what the average of a skill card could be, but only by like 1 total point, you know? Maybe not average, I mean like, whatever, you know what I mean. But yeah, this card is very good, but it doesn't have any text, which cards with no like Battlecry, Death Rattle ability, Showstopper or anything like that tend to be a lot rarer. But the upside to these cards is that they tend to have higher stats to compensate for that. Not always, but a lot of the time they do. And I can get some good examples from the Dark Beyond in a moment as well. Yeah, so here's another example of like maybe one of the best cards in the game. Like if you're making a skill card and it's as good as this, or even better than this. 1, it shouldn't be better than this. 2, if it's as good as this, then you need to have a lot of skill cards that aren't anywhere near as good as this to compensate for that. Like, this is one of the best cards in the game. This is an insta-buy. I would always buy this card if it was in the store. Because once during your turn, you can flip a coin. If heads draw 2 more explore cards, if tails draw 1. So it's additional explores, which is already really good. It has very, very good stats for a skill card, which is like top tier stats for a skill card. Very good status too. Skill cards with statuses, I think you should also typically give them 1 status, if any. But skill cards are where you get a lot more liberty to start being like, okay, I want this card to have like 2 statuses that do stuff. You know, like, I want this card to have this utility and this utility. What other quote would you give Knuckles? This is Knuckles' quote. This is like the thing he says to me. Like his quote. I could not make it anything else. Long ass. Don't go about. What about this card? Long ass quotes. And this one. This one has like a weird janky wording to it. Because the quote is so long, which is so funny. So let me open some Dark Beyond skill cards. Because there's some pretty powerful ones in there, and there's some ones that aren't as much. So this one is very, very fucking good. Like, also just like very high tier skill card. So good. When you see stuff that has like really good effects, pretty good stats, pretty good statuses, you want to be thinking like, okay, I don't want to make things that are like better than this. I don't want to make that many things that are as good as this. I want to make things that are mostly worse than this. So yeah. Almost like a champion? Well, I would say like it is in some sense almost a champion, but I don't think it's like, I think like if I saw that in the champion star, I'd be like, that's pretty good, but not like, oh wow, that's a champion. If you get what I mean. I'm trying to figure out how to word that stuff, but I think the general power level of God Game has ultimately increased a bit. Not by much, but by a bit. And we do try and offset power creep whenever we can. That is something you want to avoid in your own expansions when you're making cards. But it's like, you really want to be careful about it. You don't want to fall victim to power creep. We've really only scaled up a little bit in all the years of God Game, which is a very impressive feat in my opinion. Yeah, like I said, I think skill cards can be a lot more utility based, in like weird and gimmicky. Like this one, pretty good, good stats, like good damage stat, low HP stat, and it has like a kind of gimmicky status considering what its HP is. But it has an effect that kind of works really well with tough. So you have to. This is one that kind of gets good depending on the circumstances. You know what I mean? Oh, Dark Nut. I don't want to think about that card too much. This one, here's a very good example of low stat skill cards with good effects. 2 HP 3 damage, which is like not bad, not skill card stats, but like this could be like a good basic card statistically. But it's diving, which obviously means that the card can't be targeted when it's not your turn after it acts. And also, if there are no cards adjacent to it, it has ×2 damage. That's not additive. That's like multiplicative. How do you say that? You know what I mean. So if you can scale this card and give it like a toy knife or a real knife or anything like that, it's doubling, and it's very strong, but it has downsides to offset that, which is the low starting stats and the fact that it needs to be like no adjacent cards, so you need to like sacrifice field slots in a way for this. And then here's another one that fits that mold pretty well too. 4 HP 10 damage power, which you look at and is like, oh wow, this is really good. However, it has -1 damage for every card in your hand. I like making cards that have very big upsides, but also like high risk, high reward type cards. you need to kind of worry about that when you're making good or bad in quotes statted skill cards. You like if you give a card a really good effect, you might want to lower its stats. If you give a card like a downside effect, then you have a lot more freedom to give it higher stats. And that's like a lot, like I said, a lot more visible with skill cards because there's a higher range of stats they can have. And it's even more pronounced with champion cards. But skill cards are where you kind of really start to see that stuff. Yeah, so this card is very, very good. But it doesn't have any text, which is what I was talking about earlier. You really want to be balancing for that. Just it's a like even. I guess this is something in regards less to balancing and more to card creation itself. You shouldn't worry about like putting everything in from a character, or even necessarily like having a character be a very strong card because you think they should be necessarily. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to word this. There's nothing wrong with characters you like being basic cards, and there's nothing wrong with characters you like not having like written text. You know, like you shouldn't be afraid to make like main characters of things, or like important characters, or you know, characters you really like into basic cards, or into cards that don't have any text, you know, or just typically like weaker cards. I think a lot of the fun and enjoyment of seeing characters of different types, obviously, is that they're characters that people like. I think that makes sense. I'm trying to figure out if I'm wording that right, but like, just yeah, there's nothing wrong with making cards of characters you like simple. One of your best cards, Simon, is the main card of your favorite games, or it's basic card. Yeah, so this is a pretty like a strong basic card, but this is like the main character of Danganronpa 2. This is a basic card, and it's the main character of that game. You know? Like, and he's like one of my favorite characters like ever. So the kind of isn't always the most logical mechanically, maybe? Yeah. So I guess I'll quickly look for like a good example. So this one is a very good example. So Dark Meta Knight in Kirby and the Amazing Mirror has the ability to disguise himself, and he does that as Meta Knight, and in his boss fight in Kirby Triple Deluxe, he makes like fake copies of himself, and I really wanted to figure out how to make like a card that disguises itself work, or a card that like summons fake copies of itself work, but it just isn't something that works in GODGAME at all. Like, that's not something you can really translate. It just doesn't work. Trust me, I've tried for like years now. It doesn't work. But I settled on an effect I'm very happy with, which conveys a similar idea. Because he summons copies of cards on an opponent's field. So he's still getting the idea across of like, oh, this is a character that is from a mirror world and copies things. You know? Getting the idea across is more important than getting the literal thing that they do across. It doesn't need to be like exactly that. As long as the idea is there, that's the most important thing. Now, let me try and see if there are other good examples of that. There probably are. Somewhere. Maybe I've already said this plan. What does best keyword mean? Yeah, I've talked about this. Not this stream, but I've talked about this in the God Game chats for like many months now. I mean, I will definitely get to it when I get to keywords, but if you've missed that, that's like on you. I don't know what to say. Like it's been like more than like a thing in God Game for a bit now. But yeah, in certain ways, I think it's okay to adapt things directly too. Like, for example, this card, Palafin 0, this does exactly what Palafin does in Pokemon. Now, I think Pokemon is a very good franchise to pull from things like that, because it's easy to make, like, Pokemon abilities and like, defining traits of certain Pokemon into cards. It's actually one of the most simple franchises to do that with. But yeah, so this card obviously is a 2/2 basic card, which is like completely terrible. Like, this is a basic card. Well, don't worry, I will be going over Burst In a little bit once I go over keywords. Just all you need to know for now is that it's a one-use keyword. Like you do it when you meet the condition, and then you can't do it anymore while it's in play. But I'll be going over that in more detail once we get there. So yeah, this one is like a shitty ass skill card with like shitty ass stats. No status, no actual ability. But it has the burst. If it attacked this turn, and obviously it has to survive for that, because if it dies, then it's just gone. Return it to your hand, then transform it to Palafin Hero. Now, Palafin Hero is a champion card. Not literally a champion card. It's a skill card still. But this is just a champion. This is a really, really good champion. But it's a skill card, because the way you get it is from like a shitty ass basic card skill card. You know, like you can get the idea across without making it literal. And I think in this case this is pretty literal. But you know, you can be silly with it. You don't need to be literal when designing those sorts of things. I should also show some skilled cards with showstoppers to kind of answer that question before it gets asked. Does Vector have one? Vector does have one. Does Boo have one? No, Boo doesn't have one. I should probably... Okay. And then... Are there any others that I can open? Ah, there is one. Oh, one or two. But yes, yeah, so there's 4 cards from different things. Yeah, it's... These are a lot more typically game-changing than the basic card ones. This one especially. But I mean, it's Light Yagami. What else is he gonna do? Yagami, sorry. I said that weird. Why did I say Yagami? And then... Yeah, Light Yagami. And then this one is like crazy. Yeah, so there's a lot more room for like kind of scary bullshit than there is with uh basic cards. This one especially. Like this one is kind of crazy. And if you write an effect, though, I should point out though, you probably shouldn't write effects that do this. Like maybe ever. Like maybe like I don't know, maybe like one or two cards that do it. Like, because effects that circumvent things like that should be like that for a reason, you know? You shouldn't be able to circumvent mechanics typically. This card can do this. I don't think any other card in Orb and Soul interacts with showstoppers that way at all. Oh, and I can show a JoJo card too. Like this is also just a very fucking good skill card. I'm not taking questions about stop time right now. We'll get there later. We will get there when we get there. So I think that's everything I would like to go over with skilled cards. Does anyone have any questions about them before we move on to champions? The basics, though, is just you have a lot more leeway with them than skilled cards, but I mean, than basic cards, but they should still be to a certain sort of limit. This might need to be a multi-part stream. I'm realizing, holy shit, I've been going for 4 hours, I've only just gotten... I'm not even done with card types yet. Oh my god. Like, I haven't even started on, like... keywords and terminology and mechanics and stuff. Oh my god. Yay, 8-hour stream. It might literally be. But I really want to go see Will's stream right now, because Will's doing a charity stream. I really want to go watch that. Okay, well... So let's move on to champion cards now, then. And I'm going to open some examples, again like always, some examples of what to do and what not to do. And not necessarily because they're badly designed or anything, just that certain... that those cards should be a lot rarer than you know what I mean? So that's already 5 from... like 6 from fucking alpha. Because there's a lot of good ones. Okay. I think you should be going. Plasma, we aren't done with card types yet. I'm only just starting on champions. I did all the explore card types and except for characters and environments already. And I'm just starting on, and I've done basic and skilled. I'm just starting champion. And I haven't done explore characters or gimmick cards yet. Dude, this arc is so good. Okay, so we have a lot of champions to look at right now. So, champions are the most powerful cards in the game. They cost 10 coins from the start and don't typically come into play until Chapter 4. And you can only play one champion card typically, because you have a champion slot on your field. You can't play basic or skill cards in there or gimmick cards or anything else. You can only play champions in there, and you can only play champions in that slot. They're a lot more restricted in when you get them, how you can play them. Which means they get to be the most powerful cards in the game. Now, this card, Donkey Kong, is a good example of an upper limit champion card, which means you don't want to make cards that are as good as this. Donkey Kong 8-8 is ridiculous. It's too good. Don't make cards that have this stat line. If you do, they should probably have a downside. Donkey Kong gets away with it because he's been around so long. Like, he gets away with it because we made him in like, Sox made him in like fucking 2017. We know better now. This card is still good. I like this card. And it's very, very fucking powerful. We don't need more cards that are this good. 8-8 is crazy. 7-7 is crazy. But that's still like okay. And similarly, this card, Izuru Kamakura, is also an 8-8 and has one of the most fucking brain-dead broken battle cries in the game, and abilities in the game. That card gets away with it because it's Izuru Kamakura. I'm not going to get into it because that's Danganronpa spoilers for like later stuff. Like, it's a character we haven't seen on my channel yet in anything. So I'm not going to go into the logistics, but that character gets away with it because that's what the character does. Izuru used to have him broken about trainers having done battle cry. Does he not still do that? Oh, any other card in play, that's right. Yeah. And it does actually say Showstopper and Burst. Those cards aren't going to be in for a... Well, Burst cards aren't going to be in for a while. I think he already has been updated to include Showstoppers. Is that in-game? I mean, it might be. I think it is. But yeah, he has been updated. At least on my end. Bowser is a very, very strong champion card. This is just like a kind of brute strength champion, one you don't really need to think about too much. But champions are very good for also being ones that you can kind of give a lot of utility to. This card doesn't do anything, it's just good stats. Which I think is okay. I know I've been repeating this a lot. It's okay to have cards just be stats. 7-7 is like the upper limit for what I'm willing to do nowadays. And even then, that has to be like either no text or like a downside, typically. This is just a good fucking, this is a good card. He used to be 6-6, but I buffed him. I just closed Sonic. I wanted to show Sonic. This card has 5-5, which if you recall, Knuckles the Echidna, who is a skill card, also has that. So you might think this isn't good champion stats. No. 5-5 is still very good champion stats. Don't get that mistaken. 5-5 is very fucking good champion stats, even still. And obviously also this card has speed. And this card can move out of the champion slot. Now, why is Sonic so good? I feel like the answer to that should be obvious if you've watched my streams at all, but the answer to that is because Sonic is awesome. That doesn't really help much with balancing, does it? I just wanted to talk about Sonic. I need to talk about some ones that have like weird stats. Yeah, so this one is really dumb. 20 HP, 1 damage. At the end of your turn, if this card has had an unused action, give it a counter. This card may spend 2 counters at a time to deal its damage to an entire field indirectly. So this is one you want to just let sit there. This isn't one you play because you want to like, oh, I'm gonna attack a bunch of things with this. No. You want to just let this sit there and build up counters. And then, once it has a bunch of counters, you can like take down a whole field at once. You know? That's the utility of this. This can scale like crazy. Especially if you give it plus damage somehow, like with the aforementioned toy knife or real knife. Oh, I guess something I didn't really touch upon for attachments and yeah, I guess attachments. You probably don't really want to make attachments that are like, oh, give this card a status if that status is already in base game, because that card probably already exists. You can do that for your own custom statuses. You probably shouldn't do it for cards in base game. Similarly, typically you probably don't want to give attachments plus damage effects unless like you can do it sometimes, but it shouldn't be something you do often because so many of those cards already exist in base game. Similarly, like attachments, like it should be like maybe like +1 damage and then some other effect, if anything. It shouldn't be like a faux preserver, really. Ryu. This one has very good HP. However, its damage depends on a rule sheet, which looks... I thought it looked better than this. Why did it... It doesn't have a background. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. This is a good segue for a very brief intermission to talk about how rule sheets, you don't really want to make cards with them a lot of the time. Like, Ryu gets away with it because it's Ryu, and it's funny, and it's also simple, actually, because all you need to do is roll 2d6, and then you look at the result. You can just ignore all of this shit if you get like if you get like 4 or 5, you can just ignore everything here. Just look at this. That's all you need to look at. Rule sheets should complement cards. They shouldn't be the whole... They shouldn't be the card. Do you know what I mean? Like, rule sheets should complement how the card works compared to... Like, you shouldn't put, like, additional text for a card on a rule sheet. You know, like, this works because you don't need to read it beyond what you roll. So yeah, don't make cards with rule sheets often. You want to make, like, yeah, don't make them often. But when you do, you can make them cool and make them complement the card. Don't make them, you shouldn't have to read the rule sheet unless the card's effect happens, and you should only have to read like a part of the rule sheet if the card effect happens, in my opinion. You shouldn't have to read like the whole thing. So this card is a card I haven't reworked yet because we haven't gotten there, but I think this is a very good example of a rule sheet champion. It's similar to Ryu, where you roll and it does something. you know? And it does that. And it just transforms into other cards. Now, I would probably simplify this a lot once we get to Chaos Rising. If I did this now, I would probably just make it like at the start of your turn, maybe you can roll 1d. No, I don't know. I'm trying to think about it, but like it should be once during your turn you can do it. Does it say once during your turn? Oh, well, I guess it doesn't. But yeah, it's going to be once during your turn. And then all of this stuff doesn't really need to be on here. That should be on Ben Tennyson. Like, it should say, like, may roll a d10 to transform this card. Then check the then check the Omnitrix sheet to see which card they transformed into. And it should say, like this doesn't need to be on here. This card's transformation, blah, blah, blah. That's how transformations work. That doesn't need to be there. That doesn't need to be there. You don't need to explain a mechanic if it's on other things. And then this is worded a little strangely. I probably would do that differently when I remake this, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. This card is a very low stat champion card. This is a 1 HP 2 damage champion card. But it has a very, very, very strong effect, which is that as often as you like during your turn, you may discard any card from any shop and replace that card, which basically just means you can mill every shop and get any card you want. Which is extraordinarily dumb. Effects like this shouldn't really be on cards typically. Again, if they do, the card should have a very big downside, which is very low stats. And also, this card gets away with it because it's Jeffe. You don't want to make champions that are like completely game ruining for everyone. Is the main takeaway from this card. Dude, I don't like this card. I like looked at it out of the corner of my eye and it looks like he's like moving. It looks like he's like shifting on the card. I don't like it. I need to like close this image. It's like scaring me. These next three are a good example again of things that like high utility, but you probably shouldn't be writing cards like this typically. ER. Question mark HP, question mark damage, delete every card in play, including itself. So, when you play this card, it deletes everything that's in play. That's all environments that are in play, all characters in play, all attachments, all bosses, all phenomenons, and including itself. It doesn't include like cards in shops or like anything in discards because those aren't in play. You don't want to make cards like this. Like I said earlier, cards that are special stop being special when you make like more of them. Limit the scurry effects to like a couple cards per thing at most. Maybe one. Typically none. You know? Keep things simple. Don't make things scary for the sake of it. Same thing with Monica. Monica only does this because that's what Monica does. Like she makes everything about herself. This card also is a bit of an exception in that she refers to herself in the text. When you're writing cards, when you're writing any kind of card, but most especially characters, you probably want it to say this card or this, because it's consistent. A lot of the time now, when we write cards, vast majority of the time now when we write cards, we write them this card or this. when we write a card that has the character's name in the text, so this card says delete all cards in play other than Monica. If we were to write that card as we would normally write cards, it would be delete all cards in play other than this. If you want to write cards in a similar way to how we write them, you want to not have the card name in the text. You want, like, unless it's like very thematically relevant, like this one. And I don't think most cards qualify for that. You want to have it say this card. This card also deletes like a bunch of stuff. Same thing as ER. Don't do that most of the time. This one is an exercise in don't make cards that edit text, please. For the love of God, don't. We did that with this card, and this card gets to keep it because it's legacy reasons. The champion card Yasuke Matsuda gets to do it, but we're probably going to change that at some point because we realize we really don't like text editing effects. The effects we kind of do with this now is either text addition, with the text addition being specific things, or text removal, with the text removal being the whole body of text, like all of it. Or text copying. We do not have it so you can remove or add specific words, because that just means the game is whatever you want at that point, and it kind of takes away the point. Hussey gets away with it because it's Andrew Hussey, and it's a legacy card. We didn't want to completely change too many older cards. Newer stuff, we don't make stuff like this anymore. So yeah, and there was a card that I wrote recently that uses a text effect. And it was adding things to a card, but it's like specific things. Do you know what I mean? Oh, wait, I know what it was. It's a card from Auburn Soul, which means I get to show it. So let me get that card. It is Rohan Kashibe from Auburn Soul. So originally this card just let you freely edit text of cards, basically, which is just brain dead. Instead, we made, I wrote it so it appends specific sentences to a card's text. It doesn't replace the text, it doesn't get rid of any that's already on the card, it just adds it. And it adds very specific sentences. It has to be regulated like this, otherwise it's too good. You haven't seen this one? Really good. Yeah, I'm really proud of this one, actually. Yeah, this card may, as an action, append one of the following sentences to the ability of any other character in play. This card cannot target players. At the end of every turn, this card takes 2 damage, or when this card acts, draw 2 explore cards. And then the showstopper appends another specific line of text to all cards, which is this card cannot attack Rohan Kashibe. That's a text editing effect, very powerful. It's regulated is the important thing. When like text editing is too good to just be on cards, unregulated. Oh, also, you may be noticing the wording ability here. This is something that is in the God Game Player's Guidebook, but we've been leaning more into wording on the cards lately. The phrase written text refers to all of this. So this not the quote, but like all of this text, that's all written text. ability specifically is any is text on a card that is not a keyword effect. So it's not like a battle cry, death rattle, 2-play, showstopper, or burst. That's so anything that affects a card's ability will only affect this specific text. Compared to it wouldn't affect this text. A good keyword to be aware of, especially as we use it more often. This card is very good statistically because the battle cry kind of fucks everyone up. You play this card and you're making the game worse for everyone. So that's why it has such good stats. It's interesting that keywords aren't ability or written text. I don't know if that's interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't really play other card games other than like Pokemon. So, and Marvel Snap, which has... Wait, keywords aren't... Oh yeah, status. Yeah, no, statuses and keywords aren't the same thing. This one also has very good stats because it has a big downside. It can't attack cards with 0 or 1 damage, which might not sound like a big downside, but it is. You would be surprised. You would genuinely be surprised at how many fucking cards of 0 or 1 damage this card would want to target. You would be so surprised. This one has... It has, like, middling stats for a champion card, like not amazing stats, but it has a very good effect, which is related to stop time, which I'm not getting into yet. We're gonna get into stop time later, by which I mean probably next stream. I'm gonna have to end soon. I can't do this for much longer. I think after I'm done with all types of card, I will end off, and I will probably do this again. Maybe next week? Like, not Saturday, probably. Oh, wait, no, people would probably want me to do it on a Saturday. Fuck. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll literally just stream again tomorrow and do this. No, I can't tomorrow. I said I would... I have plans tomorrow. I want to hang with one of my friends. So let me show off some champions from Auburn Soul and Dark Beyond. Am I just gonna have to commit? Dude. Oh, and Delta. I don't think I opened that many Delta champions. Did I? So there's 3 already. And then let me open some from Dark Beyond. And Auburn Soul too. And I'm gonna open some ones that have a lot of different utilities to them. Ones that are kind of crazy. In some senses. And some that are a lot more typical. I think Dark Beyond in particular has a lot of very, very good examples of champion cards, in my opinion. They're some of the best ones that I and Socks and Fi have written ever, maybe. A lot of comic book cards. Let me open this one. I gotta have this one open. And then some from Auburn Soul too. Okay, so let me go back to the beginning here. So this card is another one that's a little bit low statistically. Not really low, but like kind of on the lower end of the scale in a way. Like 5/5. It's good. Definitely still good, just not as impressive as some other ones. However, this one has multiple very good effects. So when you collect the allowance to it twice, when this card will take damage, you may have another card on your field take that damage. And when another card on your field will take damage, you may instead have this card take damage. If you do, gain 3 coins. At the end of your turn, you may spend 10 coins if you do every other card in play is paralyzed. But the important thing is that you're not going to need to worry about most of these effects. The only one that really you need to worry about consistently is the allowance one. Because most of the time, like the last effect is either you do it or you don't. And these effects are also like only when your cards on your field are targeted. And it's again, you either do it or you don't. So it's all good. Wait, I don't want to show that one yet. This one is very strong statistically, but it doesn't have much utility beyond damage. All this one really does is deal damage. And that's fine. Sometimes you just want to make a card like that. So yeah, when this takes or deals damage, or gains a status, give it a counter, and then when it deals damage, it may expend all of its counters to trigger all listed applicable effects. So at least 2 counters deal +3 damage, at least 4 counters attacker's power, at least 6 counters deal +3 damage, at least 8 counters deal +6 damage. Now that does scale, for the record. Like, it says that on the card itself, all listed applicable effects. That does scale. So if you have 8 counters on this card deals +3 damage, +3 damage, +6 damage. So it deals +12 damage with power. So this card does one thing. But you need to work for it. So next, Dr. Eggman. This is Flight is a very good status for a card to have when it has high damage and especially when it has low HP. So this card is a pretty good card statistically, but it has a very big downside of buffing cards on other players' fields, because there's not really too much counterplay to Eggman here. You know what I mean? Like, if you play Eggman, because it has Flight, it's very hard to get rid of this card, and it's a very high damage card that's hard to get rid of. So it has the big downside of, you know, it's +1 damage. Like, everything else deals +1 damage, which is like crazy when you stack it up. But 7 damage Flight is also crazy. This is another very typical type card, but what I like doing is giving cards sort of typical stats, but then doing something very interesting with the utility of them. So this one is basically an 8, basically an 8/8 with 4 of the 8 HP being temporary. But it's a cursed card, which usually would be a very bad thing for a card to have. But in this case, when it would be deleted, it's not. Instead, it gets +2 damage. So the only way you're getting rid of this card is by killing it or discarding it from another method. But it can't be deleted. So this is a counter to Monica, apparently. And yeah, here's another... ignore the status, that doesn't do anything. This is a status that's on certain Stinky Pete cards that I thought would be funny to put on this character. Don't worry about it, ignore it. This one has also high stats, but again, utility. When attacking God or God's cards, this deals -4 damage, but heals you for the damage dealt. So it only deals 3 damage when you're attacking God. But you heal from it. I like that a lot. It's good. It rewards, like, you can still be aggressive with this card even if you're not dealing as much damage as you want to be. Those are question marks. Question marks have dots on the bottom. And then obviously, yeah, the burst, pretty strong. Like, very strong. And also just like one that gives you choice, which is probably the most important thing for these cards. Just generally choice. Depends on when you're god or not. This one is perfect. Like, no notes needed. I don't have like anything to say about this other than it's pretty much perfect. 5/5, as we've discussed, pretty good champion stats, if not like the most impressive. 2 amazing statuses. Oh, those are 7s. 7s. Question marks don't have. Question marks have dots on the bottom. Please. I might need to change the font. I might need to change the font on that card. What? Well, okay. But that's what I say. That's me too, but that's fair. I should probably be wearing my glasses right now. I'm gonna put those on. Yeah. But yeah, no text champion, very good stats. Like, good stats, very good statuses. And, like, that's good. You need champions like that. You need champions like this in the game. Stop showing me Supersonic. I don't want you guys to see that yet. This is where we really start seeing Ultra statuses come out. Champions are you can put Ultra statuses on like basic and skill cards. Most of the time you shouldn't. This is where you can kind of really start seeing them and start like, those are like, oh yeah, you know, that's like warranted. Now this one is Undying, which is like very, very fucking good. This is a very good card. You're not playing, despite the very good stats and status, that's not actually why you're playing this card. You're playing this card so you can get rid of any environment whenever you want. And also, for the burst, which is the only card that should ever do anything like this. So this is like a good example of like, if you want to make a really, really powerful card, and like something that's very strange and like very gimmicky, you can sort of do something like this, but you shouldn't do them often. I know I keep saying that. It's fine. Yeah, and again, another Ultra status. Really good stats. And this heals when it deals damage because it's a vampire card. But yeah, champions can do a lot of weird, gimmicky stuff, even more than skill cards. If this is the only card on your field, you can summon 6 random skill cards, which is crazy, for free. Each from a different expansion. This is another good example of like getting the idea of a character across compared to like the specific thing that they do. Because this character is 1, a vampire, and 2, has a time machine and does things with time travel. That's the idea behind getting skill cards from different expansions, you know what I mean? Yeah, so here's a good example of a utility champion. This one isn't for dealing damage. This one's just, you just want to keep this one on your field. You just want to keep this one on your field. Because the first effect gives you information, which is the most important thing in God Game when you're playing. You need information. And with this card, you can just look. You can't draw those cards unless obviously you have some means to do so, but you can search through any deck as often as you like. Just whenever. Which is awesome. And also all the cards in the field have power, because she's giving them information. That's another good example of blah blah blah, you know, getting things right. Hey, that looks like the God Game eye. Sorry, I just noticed that. Like, I chose this image and it's like a really fucking good image. That wasn't on purpose. I didn't choose it because it looks like the God Game eye. Just like a really fucking good coincidence. I mean, more than a little bit. It's like triangle-ish. And like it has the big lash at the bottom. Like I would probably know more than anyone else because I drew that. Like I drew the God Game eye. Yeah. Here's another utility champion. Kind of middling stats. This could pass as a skill card, like a pretty good skill card, but a skill card. However, whenever any effect would be called upon, like whenever you would be calling on a specific type of card, you can get this card for any reason. That would like if a card says like search the top 20, like draw a random. No, what would it be? I guess it would be more like if this is both good and bad, because if a character. Wait, no, it says you. That would mean your player. So if you want to return this card to your hand, like, and it's on your field, and you have like a Pokeball, you can just consider this card to be a basic card, and you know, return it to your hand very easily. Oh yeah, cards that are like you can only touch this with a basic card. I would also personally consider this effect to work for effects like, yeah, only gimmick cards react too, yeah. It's very, just another utility one. Low HP utility champions are very good. Now this one's just stupid. But it's fun. It's funny. All you gotta do is attack this. Now, if you can't attack this, then something's gone terribly wrong somewhere. But it's fine, alright? It's fine. Just, you know, I'm just showing, I guess I'm not really talking about the specifics of riding champions, more just like showing off examples of interesting and varied types of champions, and giving examples of when those could be good to use, I guess. But I guess that's still helpful, right? I hope. So yeah, this is a good example of one of my favorite sentences to put on cards. So this is a 7 damage card with speed and swift. Only 1 HP, but it's a 7 damage card with speed and swift. However, this card cannot attack players. This sentence will save your fucking card writing skills. This will save your life. when you're writing cards. If you make a card that's like this, and you want it to be like this, you need to add this one special tip. This card cannot attack players. So many cards are so much more balanced because of that. You don't want to be making cards that are like completely broken with no downside to them. That's why Enraged has the downside that it can't attack players, because it's a multiplication to damage. That's why this card has that, because it can deal 14 damage in a turn. That's why Superman has that, and I should open Superman too, because he's the go-to example for that, I think. This is like, it's Superman, so it has very good stats, very good statuses, obviously. Why would it not? However, it can't attack players, and it doesn't actually have any other impressive effects, other than dealing 5 times damage to bosses, which aren't all that common. You know? You gotta be wary of it. Good art choice. It's gotta be the All-Star Superman art. It's gotta be All-Star Superman. There's no way it's gotta be anything else. Thank you. Thanks for 20 months. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite cards from Dark Beyond. It's pretty low champion stats, ultimate speed, like 4. That could be a skill card. However, it has ranged, which is very good, Undying, which is very good. And when it takes damage, it gets more damage, but that's offset by ranged. So people have to target this card for this effect to trigger. And while it's Undying, people probably aren't going to target it, and it's ranged. But it has the burst of remove Undying from this card. If you do, give this any special status. So you can kind of build this card how you want, but even if you don't, it's a very, very good, consistent card is the important thing. This card is consistent. It will always be there because it's Undying. It's always going to be a 4/4 ranged Undying card. And that's like a huge offset to making it like a statistically weak card for a champion. I think that's something to really consider. You can make like insane effects if you make the cards a bit weaker. There's another really good example in Dark Beyond actually of that, I think. Yeah, so this card is a 0 damage steadfast card, which means it can't ever deal damage to anything. However, it has some of the best like utility support in the whole expansion, I think. Like, this is one you're gonna want to keep around because of the utility of it. That's I really like utility champions. It's an underrated niche. They don't just have to be like powerhouses. Let me show another really good example that I like very much. Yeah, an 8/1 with taunt and speed. And it's just a high survivability taunt card. And it's an annoying taunt card. And that's kind of the whole like appeal of it. It's like, yeah, the Spider-Man, those are very, I really like those cards. Very good examples. Utility champs are good. Let's see, another one. So here's a couple showstopper showstopper champions. This one is a very, very fucking good statistically card. 15-20 taunt power, and it can't attack players. Again, important when you're making something this good. Can't attack players. At the end of every turn, it gets minus 1d4 damage. So it's getting a lot weaker over time. So it starts off really strong, it gets a lot weaker over time. It's good. It's like a reverse scaling champion. There's a lot of champion, I think, is the card type that gives you the most freedom in card design. However, it's also the one that has the most restrictions to when you can play them and how often you see them. So you can make some of the really cool effects into champion cards, but it's also like, you kind of want to think about it in terms of you might not be seeing them all that often, but that's okay, you know? It's just something you gotta deal with. Now, yeah, the showstopper in this one obviously just gets it back to full, which is crazy. Now here's another one with a showstopper. So whenever a visitor occurs on another player's turn, trigger that visitor's effect a second time, treating as if you were the active player. So that's already just very good utility. You don't really need to worry about, but like, it's one you don't really need to think about too much. And then the showstopper obviously is more utility stuff. This one can still deal damage though, because the utility isn't the major focus of the card. You kind of want to bounce it a bit. You know what I mean? This doesn't have a showstopper. I don't know why this is here. But it's a good example of a utility champion. Like a scalar champion, I guess. Pyro, I really like the Pyro made this card, like the art for this card. I really like it. I need to open up another showstopper champion. Yeah, here's a couple more. Yeah, Fire wrote that card, yeah. This is another one that's just pretty good statistically, and then like utilities. I need to stop showing off stop time cards. People are gonna keep asking about it. We'll get there when we get there, which is not this stream. I'm gonna have to stop soon. I've been going for 5 hours and I haven't even gotten past all the card types yet. I mean. And then here's another one. This showstopper is kind of crazy. If you use this when you're at max HP, this is never gonna die. Unless a card with Obviator attacks this, or Steadfast. However, you do need to sacrifice your turn to do it. Now here's one that I'm very proud of personally. Though I don't think I want to show off the second card yet. Well, those statuses are going to be coming eventually, is the thing. This is a champion that I'm very proud of. This is a rare champion that has a 2-play effect. And it requires you to discard another champion on your field to play it. So you need to spend like at least 20 coins to get this one, and it's worth it because it's really, really good. Like, this can deal 14 damage in a turn without taking counterattack. But that's why it has... That's why it also has the downside of you can only use it for up to 3 turns. Like that's the only way this is getting rid. But if you have any way to manage counters at all, like for example an integrate card, this card gets kind of stupid. But that's okay. We get there when we get there. But yeah, if you this is basically just drilling in. If you want to design really powerful cards, you gotta give them big downsides. And the showstopper for this one is literally just upgrading it to another card, which is, I don't think any other showstopper card does. Do I show it? Do I show that card? I kind of want it to be a surprise for the expansion. I kind of want it to be a surprise. Let me take a look at it real quick before I open it, if I do. I think I'm going to save this one for the actual expansion. Also, you might be able to tell, but this card has custom art, which was drawn by me. Like I made this one. Because Supersonic is awesome. Yeah. So here's another champion that starts off really low, but it scales very high. I'm really happy with this one. Just kind of like, yeah, it's a scaler, you know? It's a very typical scaler. Just kind of, it starts off weak, but it powers up over time, just a lot. It's a problem card that you have to deal with basically immediately. Wanting to do an effect like this? Yeah, that's how you would do it. I think that's probably everything I need to go over for champions. I guess, does anyone have any questions about that? After that, I'm gonna go over, quickly gonna go over gimmick cards and explore characters, but I'm not gonna have to say too much for those, I think. And then I'm gonna end stream and raid Will, and I will continue this another time, because we're not done. We're not even close to done. Okay, it doesn't seem like anyone has any champion questions, so... But, oh, I didn't actually really talk about the stats, like the stat limits on them. I think you should be, you should be careful with it. Like I said earlier, a 7/7 champion is like a top tier champion. Are there any 1/1 champions you can think of? Wait, that's not 1/1. That's a 3/3. I thought it was so cool, like opening up Howard the Duck, like, oh yeah, there's this one. No, this is a 3/3. This is a 2/4. Yeah, Mini Mario. Yeah, Mini Mario. I just showed that card. That's right. I guess one last thing, you can write some really crazy effects with champions, and it'll feel a lot more warranted because it's a champion card. So to very quickly show some examples. Hold on. I gotta make sure I'm showing off some good choices here. So yeah. When a card on your field kills, gain 1d6 coins, and then burst, spend 50 coins. If you do, search any visible deck for any 2 cards you like and draw them. You can only get away with a fight like this on a champion card. You can't get away with this on like a skilled or basic card. Unless it's really funny, but most of the time it isn't. Most of the time it's not. You need to be careful about that stuff. Here's another really kind of like crazy one. Just like, again, something else you just wouldn't be able to get away with in any other card type. I'm probably gonna append this one to say this has the ability of all active enemy cards. I wrote this before we fully separated that. It's supposed to be the ability of them, not the death rattles and battle cries and bursts and such. Only the ability, which is still really good. But it's only supposed to be the ability, which is my bad. And then it could be a 3-3 and it'll be insane. I probably will make it a 3-3, to be honest. Here's I'll show another couple examples and then move on to gimmick cards. Yeah, I'll show these 3. No, not that one. So this one is just a very good classic 7/7 with a very simple effect. You know, just a very solid classic type card that you should not be afraid to write cards like this and make cards like this. And then this one is an 8/8, which again, I know I mentioned we don't really make this anymore. This is Dr. Octopus. Alright? So step off. If he doesn't have 8, then something went wrong somewhere. But yeah. This one is another example of like a crazy effect. Champion. Only gets away with it because it's champion. Just, you know, kind of stupid, kind of good. And then this one. I don't know if it's showed up on stream aside from out in the shop. I really want this one to go off in a game on stream. I really want this one to happen in a game that's on stream. This one is like fucking crazy. However, it is immune, which means it can't get any other statuses. So it's sort of balanced in that way. I had to give it that to balance it. But yeah, burst, if you've attacked a player and you currently have the lowest HP of any player, end your turn, discard this card, and swap seats with the last player that's attacked before the next turn starts. And that does mean, like, you swap HP, you swap hands, you swap fields. You basically just take this spot. And they don't get to, like, take the rest of their turn. You take their turn, because it's you now. Now, people who don't read comics probably won't really know why this is, and I'm going to very briefly explain it, because I do want to talk a bit about, like, again, making things flavorful while also making them fit in GODGAME. I really tried to do this one in particular because this is the whole sort of gimmick with this character. Because this is Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man's body. It's a body swap situation, which is why he does the same thing as his burst. You know what I mean? It's flavorful, but it still fits in GODGAME. It's not like oh, whenever this attacks player, like, you may swap seats with them and, like, you become them and they are now a card. Like, I don't know. It just feels, I don't know. It's nothing like that. Yeah, like, if Spider-Man is in play, this may attack Spider-Man and become Spider-Man. Like, I don't know. Just kind of, like, doesn't feel like it needs to be that way. So I'm very briefly going to go over explore characters. And I'm not going to say too much about those because there's not too much to say that I haven't really already gone over with other character types. But they are worth talking about. Because there's a lot of ways you can take them. This looks so good, man. Hold on. I'm just opening some good examples of explore characters. Hold on. Let me quickly look in Dark Beyond. Because there's some really good ones in Dark Beyond, I think. Yeah, there definitely are. Alright. Real quick, let me just close these. So explore characters can be typical attacking cards, like this one, for example. This is a very standard type card. However, a lot of explore characters tend to take the place of utility cards. Characters that do very, very strange stuff or act as generators in some way. So this card, for example, is a coin generator. You can use it to attack, but typically you just want to let it sit there and accumulate coins. And this one kind of is an attacker because it only really serves one purpose. And it's to change the environment to the Matsuno house. You can get away. Obviously, joke cards are fine no matter what you do, but obviously you want to keep them sparse. You can get away with cards being weird, dumb jokes with explore characters more often than not. like, you can get away. This one is a utility card because it's a card where you have to roleplay as her, but it has good stats. Theoretically. Like, 8/6 theoretically is really good. And then this one, yeah. Utility card. It only really, like, it just kind of sits there and triggers battle cries and death rattles. And like, accumulates VP at a lesser rate. That's what you should be making explore characters. They should be utility cards or generators. So yeah, this one is a more typical kind of character card, but it's also like sort of a generator. This is one exclusively made for the burst. You know what I mean? You want to play this so you can get the burst off. Same with this one, you know? That's what explore characters should be. They should be utility cards, generator cards, or kind of more standard cards that you don't really want to put in any particular deck. Like, just cards that are in there as like a reward for you. So like this one, for example, this is just a pretty good character card, but it's one that I wouldn't really want to put in the skilled deck, because I like the utility of it as an explore card. You know what I mean? And then this one has been a problem for me in the past, but I still really like it because it's a very good generator. It's a utility generator. That's just how you should make explore characters. Not really too much to say on those. Beyond that, just, you know, if you want to make a card into an explore character, you'll probably know. You know what I mean? Like, you feel, it'll just feel right that a character is an explore character and does something that an explore character would do. There is also, you can technically make victory explore characters now, though I don't really recommend it. Not necessarily because it's a bad idea, but mostly because it should be something really special to warrant being a victory explore character. This is the first one we ever made, and it's the only one right now. If you're gonna do something like this, you gotta make sure it feels right, and you gotta make sure it's worth it. So that's all for explore characters, unless anyone has any questions real quick. I'm gonna briefly touch upon gimmick cards, and then I'm gonna be done for the day. We will reconvene and pick this back up at some point though. I'm sorry. I'm gonna go over doges first, because doges are one of the more typical examples of how people design gimmick decks, I think. So doges can kind of be, well, gimmick cards. I'm going to be using the Doge deck as an example, and I'm also going to be using the Jonesy deck as an example as well, but I'm going to be starting with the Doge deck. Gimmick decks, if you're making a new gimmick deck, I'm not going to talk about making custom cards for any existing gimmick decks because you shouldn't be making Jonesy cards for one thing. There's like a limited number of those. You know, and I made them, like all of them. But I'm going to be using it as an example either way for certain reasons, which I will get into once we get there. But if you're making a Doge card, you kind of don't really need to worry about anything. You can just, like... These are all so disparate, but they're perfect. They can just kind of be anything. The main important thing for your gimmick deck, if you are making a new gimmick deck, you need to figure out the identity of it. You need to figure out what you're making a gimmick deck of, why you're making it a gimmick deck, and what the gameplay identity of that gimmick deck should be. So, I've messaged a couple folks about this before, and I think I talked to Mimo a little bit about this before. But gimmick decks, in my opinion, if you're making one, should be based on one thing. And that thing should feel warranted to be, like, multiple of them. Do you know what I'm saying? So, for example, the Doge deck makes sense to me because it's a deck full of Doges, and there's a million Doges out there. There's like so many Doge memes. Doge is like a genre. It's a character with a million different versions of himself. The Jonesy deck, that makes sense because in the Fortnite canon, there are a lot of different Jonesies. More than any other character. The Rick deck, again, makes sense in canon. There's so many different Ricks. Like, there's so much to pull from that isn't, like, making, like... Obviously, a lot of the Doges and the Ricks are just, like, made-up stuff. Yeah, so the Adam Sandler deck is a good example from a fan stuff. It's like a bunch of different things, but it's one thing. It's themed around, it's the unifying theme of these are cards based on Adam Sandler movies and characters from Adam Sandler movies. It's a very clear theme that feels like it warrants being a gimmick deck. But for example, like, if you were going to make a deck of like the Sonic Badnik deck, you know? Like a deck of all the different Sonic, like Eggman robots, you know? That would not really feel warranted to me. It just doesn't feel like something you should make a gimmick deck of because it's just kind of like, I don't know. Why can't those just be like basic cards or skill cards or whatever, you know? Is there any particular reason that's compelling about those to make them a gimmick deck? If you can find a reason to make that compelling, then that's good. Because the other main thing that's important is the identity in gameplay of the gimmick deck. Now, the Doge deck isn't a particularly good example of this, but it's also kind of the perfect example. Because the identity of the Doge deck in gameplay is that it can kind of be anything. More than like any other deck in the game, you can kind of just like, you can just kind of do whatever dumb stupid bullshit you want with the Doge deck. Now, I don't think that's a good thing to specifically replicate for your own gimmick decks though, because the Doge deck is the Doge deck for a reason. It's Doge because it's like, it's Doge, it's like memes. It's supposed to be the most unpredictable and strange of all of them because inherently the idea of a deck based around Doge is funny. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope that makes sense. You gotta think about why you're making your gimmick deck the way you are. And like, if you are... Yeah, Doge can be anything because Doge can be anything. Whereas I'm gonna open some examples of Jonesy cards. So these cards are all... The gameplay identity of the Jonesy deck is consistency. My idea going into this one was just making like 80 or so just good cards. Like cards that you would always be happy to draw. Every single one of them is good in one way or another. And there's also a secondary identity of the Jonesy deck, which is based around VP gaining, and VP manipulation. Because of, you know, the whole thing of victory points being derived from Fortnite Victory Royale in the first place. So it just feels like it fits with this. So yeah, if you're making your own gimmick deck, you want to think about the gameplay identity of it. You want to think about what... You want your gimmick deck to have a certain feeling. You can't just have it be like interchangeable with any other gimmick deck gameplay-wise. So I'm going to use the Rick deck as an example, but I'm not going to show any cards from it right now. Because all of those cards are bad. But the Rick deck has a very strong identity to it. Because it has a central joke. And that joke is that each Rick card is individually numbered. Sequentially, depending on when the card was written. And those are the only Rick cards, like every Rick card has a number, that's the joke of them. Now, the gameplay identity of Rick cards, right now, I'm not very happy with it because it's very just kind of does whatever. Like it feels like it's not got a strong identity to it. I think the identity of the Rick deck going forward will likely be something along the lines of information gaining and deck control and such. I'm not going to make that a priority for every single card in the deck, of course, but I think that's a very good way to go about it. That's a good way to incorporate the identity of the character in the gameplay. And I think that's genuinely the most important thing when it comes to gimmick decks. You want to make it feel like the identity of the deck is important to the identity of the gameplay. Now, I believe a chart was mentioned, and this is kind of a classic image, and so it's also a little bit outdated. I need to kind of go back and touch it up a lot, but this is an old chart I made for the gimmick decks that are in GODGAME. You know, the main gimmick decks of GODGAME. And this wasn't necessarily purposeful, however, I think it turned out this way, that each deck fits with each other. They complement each other, you know what I mean? So if you go around clockwise, the Doge deck and the Jonesy deck are both rooted in a sincere appreciation for what they represent. The Doge deck and the Jonesy, like, we all love Doge. Doge is very funny. So cute meme. And Jonesy, I just really like that character, you know? I really like Fortnite and Fortnite's story, so we made like a very sincere bunch of cards based on it. Now, the Jonesy deck and the Rick deck are both rooted in the source material, which I did mention earlier. There are in the worlds of Fortnite and Rick and Morty numerous duplicates of these characters. It makes sense that they would have their own dedicated deck rather than like clogging up like the basic deck or the skilled deck, because there's a bunch of them. We don't need to make them all as like, you know, a whole thing. Whereas the Rick deck and the Stinky Pete deck are rooted in, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we made this? Don't get me wrong, I like Rick and Morty. Like, I'm not like embarrassed about that. Like, I think it's a good show. But it also is very much like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we made a deck of Rick from Rick and Morty and made people play with it? And Stinky Pete is also very much like, it's Stinky Pete. Why would there ever be a gimmick deck of this? Why would there ever fucking be a gimmick deck of this? Why would anyone want to ever play with this? So, there it is. It is what it is. And the Stinky Pete deck and the Doge deck are rooted in kind of like this weird stupidity where like there isn't really any real reason that there are so many of these images of these characters. Like Doge is a meme, sure, but like there isn't like a reason that Doge is a meme beyond like it's a funny picture. You know what I mean? And Stinky Pete, there's no reason in the world that he should have any sort of images edited of him, or like multiple versions of him drawn. So it's based on the same thing. So they all they feel like they belong together. That's another important thing. You need to make your gimmick decks feel like they belong together if you're making more than one. That's my opinion, at least. If you intend to have gimmick decks that you make that are intended to be played together, you should make them feel like they fit together in some way. Not necessarily the same sort of connections as this, but it does sort of help the cohesiveness of the game and helping it feel right in that way. Now, the thematic opposites is sort of funny because the Doge deck obviously is the original gimmick deck. That's been in the game since like the original game, sort of. The Rick deck is the second gimmick deck that we came up with. So the very first thing we came up with after making Doge, well, which was a while after making Doge, but unconsciously, the first thought we had was, let's make a deck that is the opposite of the Doge deck. You know what I mean? It fits together because it's not the same. And sort of similarly, the Stinky Pete deck was made in one night, and it was a complete chaotic, like, it was horrible. I woke up in the morning and I had to, like, read all these cards. Whereas the Jonesy deck was very deliberate, you know? We went out of our way to make something that was well balanced and works well together. So you know what I mean? Like, you gotta be deliberate about it. Now, you might be thinking, okay, so where does the Reject deck fit in all this? And the answer is it kind of doesn't, and that's also kind of purposeful. The Reject deck is a shitty joke that I came up with that was like, what if we had a gimmick deck that's all the shitty joke ideas that we make, and like we had like 10 cards from each one, and like, because we would never make these into real gimmick deck because they're terrible ideas. And then Sox made like 90 fucking Squidward clarinets. There's only like, do you know how many decks are in the Reject deck? Because I believe right now it's only 3. Let me know if... am I correct about that, Pyro? It's only 3, right? 4? Yeah, so I was thinking of the Lala deck, the Squidward deck, and the Zoo and Wildlife deck. What is the one I'm not forgetting? I'm not remembering. Okay, if you're talking about the one that I think you're talking about, then that one doesn't count. And that one... one in Nebula? I think I know which one you're talking about. Anyway, those ones don't count. Those are stupid. Well, not both of them. One of them is really stupid and I just hate it. But basically, yeah. The reject deck doesn't really fit in all that because that one's a shitty joke. If you make a gimmick deck that is like comparable to the reject deck, then I don't want to say your deck sucks because that's really mean. But I want to say that maybe you should think about making something else. Because the reject deck sucks, like really bad. Like maybe one of my worst ideas ever. But also one of my best ideas ever. But it sucks. So don't add cards like that. Now, are we ever going to add any more gimmick decks? And if we were to, what would they be? Now, I'm not going to answer that because I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to add any more, and I don't know what they would be if we were to, because we haven't really talked about it extensively. But if we were to, I would want to make them something that fits with these four. I would want to make it something that kind of feels right and fits alongside them. But the reason we stuck with 4 for so long is because these 4 fit together perfectly. Like, they all feel right. They all feel like they add something to the game. You want to make your gimmick cards feel like they add something to the game, and you want to give them a strong identity. That's the main thing I want to stress. And I think that's really all I have to say about gimmick cards, because in a lot of cases, you can kind of use your own judgment and figure out what you want that identity to be and what you want the gameplay to be. You know, use your own judgment on that, but I think stat-wise, you also want to consider that, like in terms of, excuse me, in terms of, like, the gameplay identity. So the Jonesies are all, like, pretty statistically solid, like, ranging from, like, upper basic card tier to, like, a lower champion tier. Whereas the Doges range from, like, complete dog shit to, like, just insanely fucking stupid broken. It's all important to the presentation. It's very important to the presentation. You gotta make sure you're doing it right. Now, I'm gonna take some questions about gimmick cards, and I'm also gonna take some questions about other stuff I've already talked about this stream. If you want to ask about something that I haven't talked about this stream, like in terms of like statuses and keywords and other specific mechanics that are used on cards, or like counters and such, save those for next time, because I'm going to be going over those next time. But yeah, you can ask any questions you like about gimmick cards and about anything we talked about today, and I'm going to wrap up after that, because it's been 6 hours and I really want to get to well stream. I'm gonna get something to eat after stream too. In the meantime, you can look at Doge Improved. Yeah, so I hope either way, like even if beyond even if there aren't any questions right now, I hope that you guys have like enjoyed this presentation and for what I have so far of it. I know it's been a little sporadic because I've been sort of like up and down about stuff, and I didn't really plan it out. But I think going over all the main card types is a very strong first step, and I think next time I probably won't need to talk so much about specific things for so long, because next time obviously we're going to be talking about like terminology, like statuses, order operations, mechanics, counters, etc. That's going to be probably a lot more streamlined, because it's a lot simpler. It's a lot simpler to say like, oh, you can use like charge at this specific time. Like you probably want to use it on cards like this, or like you want to use deletion on cards like this. You know, that's gonna be a lot easier. This is great. Always nice to hear. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. So yeah, I don't think anyone has any like final questions. So I think we're probably done. So let me quickly just get like an ending song, I guess. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna start a raid in a sec. But yeah, I really appreciate you guys tuning in for today's stream. And you know, we're not done. We are gonna have another one of these, and hopefully it doesn't last 6 hours next time, but it probably will. I really like being able to talk about this kind of stuff. I like being able to help people with kind of card design and card making. I didn't really get into a lot of specifics as much as I would like to. Like I didn't really get into like, oh, syntax and writing about like what kind of effects you should be giving to cards. I guess I did a little bit on each type of card, but not as much as I would have liked to. But if I did that, this stream would have gone for like 10 hours. There's only so much I can do, unfortunately. But yeah, I really want to see like cards from you guys that are like even better. I really want to see like real like cards that make me like, oh wow, this is really good. I really like this, you know. I'm so excited for like, you know, the advent of like even better card making, because things have already gotten a lot better since Thrill House came out. Now that you guys have had a lot of time to play with the game yourselves and you know, figure out for yourselves what you kind of like and don't like playing with. And I'm, you know, really proud of that, and of you guys for being able to do that. But I'm just like, man, I have so much to talk about here, but not enough time. Just, man, I wish I could keep talking, but it's been 6 hours and I really want to watch Will's stream. But you kind of been working on a game day, so that's really nice to hear. Yeah, that's probably the one that a lot of people are gonna want to see. Like that, and like bosses and like champion cards, probably the ones people are gonna want to see. Gimmick decks are very difficult to make. Like very difficult to make. That's why we haven't made more. But I'm really hoping that you guys continue to enjoy the game and continue to enjoy the streams. And Orb & Soul's going to be out before the end of the month, hopefully. I know we already said that, but not this stream. So you guys will have even more cards to kind of look through and take inspiration from and learn from. And especially like, I like that you guys like help each other. Like whenever like a card is posted in the GODGAME channel, I see people like, oh, this is really interesting, but how does this work? Like that could be a bit more clear, or like maybe this could like have a bit more damage, or a bit lower HP, you know? Or maybe this effect could be like a D6 effect. It's really good. I really like seeing people kind of encouraging people to write more. Now I'm really tired. It's like 11:30 p.m. So I'm gonna set up a raid for good friend the real Yokao. And Will is doing a charity stream today. any money is going towards a very good cause, and I'm sure Will be able to explain that when we get there. But he has a goal for $500, and he's actually not that far away from it. He's at 385 right now. So if we're able to go in and give a bit of support and support the stream, that'll be like, I'll be really, really happy with that. So yeah, the raid phrase, I guess. Do you guys have any particular ideas for it, or should it just be like Doge improved? I feel like it should just be Doge improved. Yeah, so that's gonna be our raid phrase. Yeah, everyone go say hi to Will once we're in there. And get excited for more streams from me about GODGAME in the coming weeks. Obviously there's a big one that I've been talking about, and also obviously apparently I have to do a sequel to this stream now at some point. And I don't know when I'm going to do that. I don't know. But I'll see you guys later. Goodbye, everybody. Bye.